What's up, everybody? I'm late as hell. I'm sorry. I thought I had this for 7. I set it for 6, but I don't think anybody was waiting too long. I'm sure of it. We're gonna get started here. Oh, very, very uh, late, and I apologize for that. I don't know what I was thinking for 6 p.m. I don't know what. I don't know why I pulled 7 because the day before it was 7, and I thought I kept it at 7. But come on, Leon, have a seat. Much to discuss. Hey, how's everybody doing? Just getting this set up so we can watch this. I hope everybody is having a great day. I'm having a great day. It just got better. It just got a lot better. Oh, what have I been up to? I've been up to a lot. Hey, Funk Soldier. Hey, get a clue. Come on in, come on in. I'm getting myself set up here. I wanted to go ahead and start the show because I figured I could multitask here. Um, y'all. So I don't pay attention to drama, but I get clips of things that are sent to me. No one sent to me anything about an old address, 2015. I came back from Chicago and stayed at the address, and it was shared. Y'all doxing people? Y'all doxing addresses out here? Come on now. Now I did watch a live, and everyone was like, "How is she? How is she? I don't know that what they were. She, she doesn't work for the government, or she trying to figure out where I work, how much." Hey, yeah, yeah. I did the show this morning because I thought people would catch the clue. That's one thing you don't want to mess around with, but I'm gonna let you mess around with it. If you want to figure it out, you think that every entity is ran like the one that you work at or the person you know works at. I don't bring it up. I bring it up specific times about certain things because we will never ever go over Umar's finances over here on this channel, not in depth. There are certain things I will never talk about on this channel, and there's a reason why. Hey, there's a reason why. Um, and I'd like to get to this stuff, but people keep doing this doxing, or that address doesn't belong to me, but it belongs to somebody. And I thought y'all got a clue when you messed up with Marianne. And then you turned around and did it to somebody else. To be cute, because I listen, if we haven't learned this at our big age as adults, just because people do not entertain your bullshit does not mean that they are fearful of you. And I think that there are people that think that earnestly in their heart, they feel like they got the one up, let me keep going. When it's really, you need to probably sit down or fall back or chill out. Well, I didn't watch. I watched on the screen, someone had an 8-hour live on me. You don't even know 8 hours worth of shit on me. Imagine if you placed all of that interest in the real apex predator out here. I'm not bothering anybody except for Musty Face, but he knew it was coming. To get this up, like, So I figured, I said, well, maybe I'll just introduce this video this morning, and then people can see how weird that mess is. It ain't just me because you're talking about me that, I feel like I feel some type of way about it. No, it really genuinely is weird to sit for 8 hours talking about anybody that is not doing the type of stuff that Umar. And then they're like, well, she's so focused on that. Yeah, that's the reason why I've been on the internet. I said that. We talked about the doxing when Umar sent my address to Maryland, to the couple in Maryland that had the girl that they had made up, a fictitious person. He sent my address up to Maryland and the address that he thought was mine. And I sarcastically said, because I love sarcasm. I said, yeah, there you go. You got it right there. And so he didn't read into that because he's an idiot. He doesn't read the sarcasm very well. So he goes and shoots the address up to Maryland. That's not my address. He sent me about 3 of them. No, if you can see it on the net, it's not my address. I told him, I said, walk up to the door and knock and see who opens it. I was being sarcastic. I did not, you can't say stuff like that on the net because there are really idiots that will do it. Cookie Crush chat is turning into like the ZZ. That group that was doing that extra shit that lived on a boat. I don't know too much about it, but that's the obsession that it is. But we're going to shut that shit down. We're going to shut that down because I'm not worried about it, but it's somebody that could get hurt or somebody that can be approached or you're going on someone's property. That's not my property. You're putting it on the net, you dipshit. I don't listen. Y'all pretend I don't know that you have kids. I don't know what you drive. I don't know where you work. I don't know where you live. I don't play those games. I don't do that weird shit because I don't know. Maybe because my mom hugged me or she didn't take me off the tit too fast. I don't know. But just whatever it is, I'm wired a little bit better. I don't do weird shit like that. I didn't even post or post Umar's address or pass it around. Jesus Christ, bro. There's something wrong. I chalk it up to, I don't know, maybe it's the water or something happened. I'm getting set up as I'm running my mouth. I want to pull up this video. But yeah, it's something wrong. But you stepped in the shit this time. And it's not my address. You're not bothering me. And I don't live in a big city. I'm not hard to find. Like, it wasn't really necessary. But just to do that is, oh, you are a smart one. I wouldn't do that anyway because it's never that deep. I'm not that invested in people's lives. I'm not. And even if it wasn't or it was, it wouldn't take away from anything that I brought to the net, like that this man is doing. You say all that to say this. It doesn't make any sense. Hold on. They're using my videos as content because you have no content. Ah, here we go. You don't have anything to talk about. You're boring. And pretty soon, if I don't get this thing, I won't have anything. It's just, it's tragic. These people are raising kids. Just remember that. For all the and none of that stuff, it's like they just went ahead and started a whole nother story. I've been out a year before these 3 people decided, well, I guess it's more than that. It would be 2 more from that panel. just start doing that shit. They didn't know my story when I went over, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. I'll just use it for the reach. Y'all forget that I've done 25 channels, like 25 interviews. They still check in with me. I get a lot of support. There was a lot of people watching and told me that that was going on. I was like, I don't care. I don't give a shit about them people. I don't know them personally. I don't care about them. But nobody ever said, hey, they're putting up somebody's address. These people that are supposed to be so mentally fit. Oh, God. I've never seen anything like that before. Forgive me, I haven't been on the internet that long. That is tragic. What is that designed to do? To embarrass them? Is that what the point of it is? I don't get it. We'll figure it out though. So enough of that. Um, I would just tell anybody, just use your adult brain going forward, because it's not really that big of a deal. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't engage in it. I wouldn't have my name on it. I wouldn't do any of that, but I'll handle it. So today, what I wanted to go over was an old video, and I felt like, let me see if I can. So basically, I wanted just to go over it because it's not something that I've ever seen before, but I wanted to talk about it with you guys. Some of the stuff that's being said. Let me get a minute here. Yeah. But I know that there are some things that have been going on in the sector in the past. It's kind of why I wanted to come to the internet too. I wanted to see how this shit got down. I wanted to see if it would roll over on my side, and I'm glad it did. Um, but one person in particular that I know was bullied on the net, and I know why it probably didn't. Um, it didn't probably take off as much as it could have. And I'll have to talk to Reverend Gerald Palmer. Um, I'd have to have like some correspondence with him to figure out like the backstory. I did want to cover one of his shows. I thought it was just sad, pathetic. But then again, I know that there are some people that are not wrapped too tight. Anti Afro Svengali has went through it. Um, I know that there have been people that have been going through what I went through, and um, that's just tragic for him because we live in the same state. Um, I felt like what could have happened. I wanted to know what the end result was, so that I could figure out why things didn't like manifest into something solid for him, because what was done was just insane. And then the people are still on the net, like, yeah, like you shouldn't even have an internet a privilege. And I know there's a possibility some people can lose that, or I don't know how they handle situations like that because it's not my expertise. But something like keep an eye on them, because they do this and they get, I guess, different accounts or different signs of arms or whatever. I don't know. I'm just now learning. I sent. I need the timestamps for the video where the address is. So if anybody has it, email it to me. You can do it anonymous, but please get it to me, and I'll look through the content and find it also, hopefully before they take it down. But that's what I was trying to do, and the time got away from me. But it can't stay like, and I'm pretty sure he did do everything that he was supposed to do, but it can't just that be the end of it. And I don't want people to think that I have a insatiable desire for everybody to go to jail. That's not what it is. But I feel like if you are old enough to do dumb stuff, then you're just old enough to pay for the consequences of your actions. You have to think smart. I watched it go down with Marianne, and I was like, don't do that dumb shit. That's kind of the reason why I didn't want to get involved with it, because the type of people I knew that shit with Marianne should have lasted, if any, 2 days and been wrapped up. You got this stuff going clear on to, and a lot of it is lack of content, and a lot of it is just mental health. Like, you're just not well. Anytime you don't have a job, but you can sit and worry about other people's jobs and then sit on the internet and just bully people, that shit is weird. So you shouldn't be on the internet, in my opinion. Be and talking stuff, that's one thing, but putting up people's kids with the heads removed and stuff, people, white people need to know about you because you're not wrapped too tight. It's strange. But maybe that's the norm. I don't know. I don't really venture off into those circles. Okay, so like I said, enough of that. But if anybody finds that timestamp, DM me or email me, and I will make it do what it do. So, here we go. This is the video that I wanted to look at. If I can get him up. And other than that, it's been a pretty dope day. Just real relaxing. And I had great plans for today, and then the time got away from me. I hate when that happens. I think people feel like nothing has happened, nothing will happen. And that is a terrible, terrible way of thinking when it comes to doing stuff that you ain't got no business doing. Okay, let me see. Fine. Okay. And this is 1 second. And I'm still here. I'm just getting this thing pulled up so that I just want a very peaceful space over here that I can go and process through this shit. I don't want to deal with any weird stuff. Okay, so this video I'm gonna play is not the one that I was looking for. God dog. Will you believe it? I thought I would have. Oh, here it is. To go back to. I'm sorry, you guys. It was down pretty low because I was looking for this damn address so I can email it to somebody. But okay, here we go. So this is. Hold on, let me stop it. We're not gonna go through all of it. I got like different timestamps, but I wanted you to see this because, and it should be a little. I don't know if that's. Oh, that's my monitor. Oh no, that's theirs. So we're going to go through this real fast because I got another one too. I just want to I want to go through and look at some things with you guys, and I don't have any commentary on it. I just want to go through it because I'm looking for something, and I want to see if we can find it together.
Before
Now, the where I'm looking for
the year 2000, you really could put a child in special education
for the one,
for one of these, what I like to call,
if you don't mind. I should have said, "Do you hear me?" Somebody, anybody, can y'all hear? Okay.
Wall Street disorders. And I call them Wall Street disorders because the drugs that that's the same year that mass incarceration took a turn for the worse. That's the same year that the CIA, Cocaine Import Agency, dropped crack off in the black community. So, in essence, they started drugging the adults at the same time they started drugging the children. And with the same type of drugs. Now, you're led to believe that the legal drugs are safer than the illegal.
So basically, what it is that I'm trying to look for, a lady, they said that the lady that fired him.
But when you study the history of psychiatric medication, you find that all of the illegal drugs used to be legal. Be free, then we ourselves will strike the first blow. He said the limits of tyrants
I'm learning because all of his lectures are pretty much the same material. I'm learning that most of the things that you need to know for what it is that we do are towards the end when he starts going off script and talking freely.
Other people who they will press.
That's when you find things out.
He said the people who won't fight for themselves aren't worth being fought for by nobody else. He said, if a man is laying on the ground and he ain't got guts enough to stand on his own 2 feet, leave him. Because if you pick him up, he's going to fall back down anyway. So you didn't help him without it. Please don't think that going to college is a right of you know that you gave them the self-discipline necessary to finish. A lot of you are raising some lazy, shiftless kids. Why in the hell are you doing it? If you didn't give back, he likes it or not. And he ain't got that.
So this
who
is
also gave Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. King, and a whole bunch of other people said that I would never give up a continent for an island. I am an African, yesterday, today, and for all time. Ashe. Thank you, brothers and sisters. If you get the book, I'll be able to sign the book as well. Thank you. Oh, man, right, give our brother another round of applause.
So this is in September 20. I'm sorry, I have that problem. I'm trying to yell over it. So this is Saturday, September 21st, 2013 in Philadelphia. And
sit down. We got the book. In a minute, Dr. Umar is going to sign his book. But thank you all so much for coming. But please, support our ministry here in Canaan. We got the back in the back. Whatever you can give, ain't no fee. So anybody have any questions for Dr. Johnson? Any questions?
He's gonna move.
Dr. Johnson. Come on. Dr. Johnson. Anybody have any questions or remarks for Dr. Yes, my sister. Assistance for the school. How can I help with the school? There's a couple of things. First, someone just asked me, if you need, listen up. I will be back there soon to sign, and if you need to pay with a credit card, I can do it on my phone. The t-shirts are only for ladies. They're unapologetically African t-shirts, they're fitted t-shirts, but I only have ladies. I didn't have a chance to get the fellas done. And then the DVDs, There's different titles, relationships, miseducation, all kind of stuff is back there, and then of course the books. But I'll be back here soon. How can you help me with the school? Send me an email and let me know you're interested. Now there's something I need to tell you.
I told Lennon when I was on Lennon's thing, funny as much as I lie and all this other stuff, most of the information that I was given is still being used. But when he asked for resumes and stuff like that, that is a big problem because I believe that they harvest resumes and basically, you see, prime example, you see that weird stuff that they did with me and looking all into me and everything. That's exactly what they do. They look in and they try to. People do that if they are trying to measure up. If they really don't have a lot of your business, they'll look into your background to try to see if you know how much money you make, where you came from, all of these other things, and then they'll try to size you up from that. So if you guys remember, I said, you know, I sent him 2 texts and then he hit me back. What's on the net right now was not always the way that things looked on the net for my name. So he hit me back and he was like, can you put an event together? Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you pick me up? Can you do? He had all of these things. He didn't care like if I was in a wheelchair. He didn't know. Well, he knew I wasn't in a wheelchair, but you know, he didn't care about what I had going on. He was just telling me things that he wanted and what he needed. Even people don't know this because it hasn't been spoke about, is the fact that I was doing a boot camp. So I'm doing a boot camp and he's like, I need a whiteboard and these he wants all this food catered and everything, but he's expecting me to pay this on my dime. On my dime. I paid for everything that had to do with the event that he came, and you know, it was what it was. And then I guess my pay, I was supposed to be like happy with the Shango at the end of the event. But I never went back. I didn't go back to the room or anything with them. But he's not paying for these people to put all of this stuff together. And how does he pick people to do the events? Well, he looks into them. The same thing that they're doing now, he does that. He looks into them and see if they're capable. He doesn't know anything. I could have been on Section 8, been on the bus. He doesn't know anything about me. So I think, but he does. He knows. He looks as soon as you text him. And that's the way he categorizes you in his phone. He'll have the year and your name and the city that you live in. So let's say he wants to get it popping in Kansas City, which they're not paying attention to the storyline. He's already been to Kansas City. No, he was in Kansas City, Kansas. And we know that because there was all kinds of footage out there of that. But he had never been to Kansas City, Missouri. And even though we're minutes apart, we are way different. Kansas City, Kansas is a little bit more woke. They have a different woke community, probably the best in the country. The tightest, is well structured, well ran. Most everybody is going to have a connect to Kansas City, Kansas. And I don't know if that has something to do with the house I posted, like in Nicodemus, Kansas, with the all-black town or what, but nobody does it like them. But he had never been over to the Missouri side. Now, why couldn't he, if he wanted to come back to Kansas City, why couldn't he just return to the people that brought him the last time? Because he messed them over bad. He burnt that bridge. He couldn't return. So what he did, he found another connect. They reached out to me when I was doing the event, but I didn't pay any attention to it.
Philadelphia family.
They reached out to warn me, sorry. They were trying to warn me during the event, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I'm pretty sure he did something scandalous. I'm pretty sure he did something scandalous. But sometimes if you are in the mindset of servitude, then you're not really counting, counting the pennies and stuff that you take. Like people like, he didn't give gas. Well, you're in the mindset of servitude. So we're thinking going up there, get them, come back. We have vendors there. We're opening up a spot for a lot of black-owned businesses to come and be able to make money, whereas they wouldn't have anywhere else, especially in the wintertime. We're looking at that like the optimism in it, not the negative. But yeah, we're actually being used because we're paying for. We even paid for all of the flyers. My son brought that up the other day, and I forgot all about it. We paid for all of the flyers to get done for him to even come here. So yeah, he probably did them shiesty.
Please take a
And
seat.
he made a shit ton of money. He made a ton of money here because he sent the books in before he got here.
Brothers and sisters, Mr. Harrison would like everyone
Ton
to
of
take a
books.
seat till
He
we
had
done
like
the Q&A. Please come and grab a seat real quick. Let's do it the right way. Come grab a seat.
Can we go over it? Give me random man now. Is it at 106? Or it might be.
I gotta be honest with y'all.
Listen to this.
When I go to other cities, I get a reception there for my work that I don't get here at home.
This is him talking to Philly. He's telling when he goes to other cities, he gets a better reception.
When I go to Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, Texas, South Florida, DC, it's standing room only, and the people are ready to build that school. Over the next 3 months, I have to make a serious decision. And that is whether I'm gonna stay here and do it, or whether I'm gonna go somewhere else. Now the Bible says, Christ said, that a
He's bringing up Christ now.
prophet is not accepted in his own home. It may be the case that I got to go. Dr. King was born in Atlanta, but he had to go to Birmingham to make his mark. Malcolm was born in Michigan, but he had to go to Boston to do it. Farrakhan, the Islands, but he had to come here. Mr. Muhammad, Georgia, but he had to come to Detroit. Garvey, Jamaica, but he had to come to New York. And I don't compare myself to them, but the point is,
Now,
something about
he doesn't compare himself to them. This is an earlier time, 2013. This is before his head got wrapped up and messed up. Not too much. That's why I said things like this when I go back and I research. He's not the same person. Even his style of lecture and delivery is way different than what it was back then. Back then, I honestly believe this is the only thing that trips me up from talking to people and listening to people. When he was with the UNIA, he was trying to do a building fund. And most of you already know that. He couldn't get it with the UNIA. They wasn't falling for it. They knew what he was, but they still wanted him to go out here and run and push the Pan-African. So he found the next best thing. I believe he also tried the Huru. And if you don't know who that is, they're based in St. Louis, Missouri. And I think that they had their own system and they wasn't having it either. So he kept looking and looking and looking for a place that he could attach himself to, that he could work for, because he didn't want to start his own grassroots. He wanted to attach himself to something. Yeah, he calls himself Garvey, the Black Messiah, all those things. You right, Black Anonymous. She says he was calling himself the new Malcolm X when he wrote his resignation letter for the UNIA. He was great, but this is where they were like, okay, we're letting him go because he was great. He was good at orating, but his bad messed up his good. So it wasn't like he was, he's difficult, a little difficult, but hey, he's making strides. That's not what it is. He was a holy fucking terror and they wanted him out of there. So he was sleeping with the women. And then from what I hear, he was lying and saying that the older men were sleeping with these white women from the college, which I don't even understand how that pans up. But that's the kind of messy female type stuff. Remember, we watched that video the other day that he involved himself in. See, he attaches himself to people that move like him. But yeah, so he was lying to them, saying that lying on the elders that were in the UNIA, talking about they were sleeping with these white women that were going to college, which wasn't true. The elders were up in age. They're like 67. Them men ain't thinking about chasing no tail. They're older. But he was sleeping with women in the UNIA. And so two at the same time, and they didn't know about each other. And then it was found out, it caused commotion, and then other things. He was arrogant, obnoxious, all those good things. And that's me being sarcastic. I have to make sure people know. But yeah, they was like, all right, well, hate to see you go. Get the fuck on, like get up out of here. Like they were okay with that. So he kept searching and searching and searching. He went to all of these places where he could align this with, but where they had a body of people that he could siphon donations from. So the place that he found, in my opinion, and where my research shows, is Oyotunji, that village. So just like I told you guys, where they have the people that grown men that go off on the weekend and do the Civil War reenactments. These are like grown men that go off, and I'm just simplifying it. They basically go off to Oyotunji and they have their time there as, strong African men with a lot of perks. And we'll go into the perks later. But it got out of hand. So this is around the time when the stabbing happened with the king there. But we'll go into that later. But yeah, just he was different. Now he started to get some clout, and he changed.
Doing things at home
so he's telling them
love that you can take it for granted. So I'm saying this. If y'all are interested in building that school here in Philadelphia, then I need to hear from you. Email me, text me.
Basically what he's saying, if you want me to bring the school to Philadelphia, worship me. When I come, I want to be worshiped.
And the next month or so, probably the next 2 weeks, I'm going to have a meeting for those who are really, don't come if you're not serious. But for those who are really serious, I'm going to have a meeting and see the type of support I got here in Philly. And if I got the support, I'll stay. But if I don't, it looks like Detroit and Chicago is going to be my destination. Because the love I get in Chicago and Detroit, I don't get it nowhere else. So, y'all home, and I would love nothing more than to build that Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey School here. Lord knows we got the empty schools to do it. But I can't do it by myself. And I've been struggling for a long time to Philly.
He's saying he can't do it by himself. Now you can't tell him nothing. He knows everything. He knows everything. Yeah, I remember when the Babylon was stabbed. Yep, they kept it hush hush. Yep. Ooh, we're gonna talk about why he got stabbed, because this dude, referred me to him in order to get my divination, but I didn't use him. Remember, I told you guys that the people that he gave me to do my divination. Remember, we were talking about the EBT community and everybody got their panties in a bunch. Well, it's not about like low income. It's about having a nasty, vile mindset, a rude, mean, just people, darkness. I didn't want to be bothered with that. And that's one thing about me. I'm not scared of nobody at all. But I don't like being around people that are just dark energy. Hey, A Davis, how you doing? Hey, Cash Flow. But I don't like being bothered with that, because people like that will keep you in shit all the time. They always have, we all know people like that. They got drama. They always got drama. And they'll keep you in drama. One of the biggest ways that you can protect Black women or protect Black men is to keep yourself out of drama. Because I have men that don't play about me. I can't go out here and do everything that I want to do because I know that there are men that don't play about me. That puts them in compromising positions. So where most people are like, oh, ain't nobody, but that's because nobody's there, or it is the fact that people are there. It's just the fact that you keep people away from stuff like this because you don't want to lose your loved ones to prison or to jail over this. That's not worth it. So yeah, we're going to go into the Oyotunji village. We're going to talk about that. Remember I told you guys to remember that light-skinned and bald guy with the glasses. We're going to get further down the road. I'm just researching things that people tell me, and I ask them if there's, something on YouTube or something, pictures. 9 times out of 10, everything is on YouTube. There is somebody that said they have the DVDs that he's talking about, but they have to look for them. Hopefully they'll find it and I can play it. I can get it switched over and get it played for y'all. But they gotta find it and get it to me.
And I've been dealing with a lot of bourgeois. A lot of y'all ain't stand up by my side. I'm just being real. So if y'all want me to stay here, show me that love. If I don't get it, you best believe that's been packed. I'm on my way. I've always loved Philly. I'm always coming here. My mom's here, my children are here, my family here. But I just want to make that clear to y'all that I will consider staying. But if I don't get that support, I will have to move on.
Another thing, people are like, oh, he's going to get it and run off to Ghana. Umar's not going to go to Africa. He's not going to go to Africa. Hey, Shree. He's not going to ever go to Africa to live. For one, his mother's here. And he told me that he didn't want to take her over there because of malaria. He's too scared of her catching it. He caught it. But the other thing is he's a hoarder. And there's no way that he's going to be able to pack up his junk. What is that keeps junk like that? Is that a raccoon? A possum or a raccoon? But either way, he does not want to be part. He doesn't want to part from that shit. Because remember, I told you guys, I had a box. And I was minimizing his stuff down in a box. And it sent him through the roof. So how are you going to pack up all this shit and go to Ghana? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. He values objects, not people. Yeah, he had malaria. Yeah, he came in. Somebody said, no. There is, okay, so this is another thing this is why I had to learn to let go of what's on the internet. So somebody that knows him very closely when he was sick with malaria said that it was when he got back here he was sick. And then I was thinking that the situation when he was in the dungeon where he was talking about the spirits rolling him around on the bed was actually, high temperature or something else going on from malaria. I'm going to go with who told me, the source that told me that's here. He was sick. So he had malaria when he touched down here. He brought it back to here. So
right now, we're going to bring our fearless leader, real African brother here. Another question? Yes.
I think you got to back up, y'all. That's what I needed y'all to see. It's not a big thing, but I just wanted y'all to know.
I'm sorry to quote, but thank you all so much for coming. But please, support. The question: who is looking for somebody to give a job to who got a PhD in grasshopper reproduction on the moon during the winter. Y'all get my point, don't y'all? Make sure it equals a job in the third thing. So first, discipline. The second, make sure they're going to have a job when they get out. And the third thing is make sure you're going to do drive-bys when you get to college. If you're likely to get to, you're going to drive on a by, make sure her ass is in it. By his dorm room and make sure he's in it by himself. Because too many of our kids are going to college and coming home with babies instead of degrees. What's wrong with being an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter? What's wrong with being an auto mechanic or an auto body repair? What's wrong with being a barber or an HVAC specialist? Be done when it gotta be done, whether he likes it or not. He said, a people who won't fight for themselves. Be here today, brother Ali back there came to support.
We got it.
Okay,
so
1.
He has been telling people that he can't have his family out seen. Oh, can't nobody see us? Can't nobody know who my family is because I'm dangerous. There's people on me. Bullshit. The only people that are on him are because of his mouth, because he does in his business dealings. That's all that's on him. That's all that's on him. There's nobody guarding the house. There's nothing looking for him other than the people that he has done wrong. He's talked slick to. There is nothing worse than a man that cannot control his mouth or runs his mouth. And I gotta stop saying like a female, because all females don't talk like that. It's just something. It's very sassy. It's a sassy thing that I just, I can't even deal with it. But because I'm not a like popping my fingers and doing my head and stuff. I'm not that type of person. I don't want to deal with nobody like that. But he says that he can't have nobody in his family out in the open. But he's gonna tell you, guess who's at this event?
5, 9, 8, 9, 9, 8, 5, 8. That's my cell phone. It comes from me. Okay? Ladies, don't be sending me no obscene pictures.
If that's something. Him with the picture.
Because I'm not going to look at them.
He sure in hell is. And he's gonna touch the tiger too. You better believe it.
But anyway, y'all mess. In conclusion, if any of y'all have any issues regarding your children, okay, if any of y'all want any paperwork today, you need to look at it. I'll look at it today. I don't need to see.
I suspect that Umar has done a lot of people dirty, and there may be some repercussions waiting for him on the streets of Philly. At least this is my opinion. You would be correct.
The IEP, I need to see the evaluation.
Any advice? It has to do with mental. A lot of people lay off of him. The consensus that I get is because they feel like he's not wrapped too tight. Well, that only goes so far. I mean, I understand if somebody isn't, well in the head, I get it, but he's well enough to keep going on the way that he's going on. At least a conversation could have been had before they set him out to do what he's been doing. And see, the people that think Umar is like this great, alpha, male, are men that really, I told you guys, men that don't really bag chicks that well, or they like looking at women. They want to watch the page. They want to, you see all that weird shit because they don't have anything on their own. Or, desperate women that are desperate for a man, feel like he's obtainable, he's been done wrong, I could love him right, or love him in a straight way, or whatever, like love him through it, yeah. So I could love him through it, I could fix that, everybody's doing him wrong, if I could just get him, because he paints this picture like he's a victim. And no, that's not what it is. But listen.
In education for children, I'm the person you come to. You can email me if you need to email me at Dr. Umar Johnson at Yahoo. That's DrUmar Johnson at Yahoo.com. Dr. Umar Johnson at Yahoo. My website is drumarjohnson.com. If you're on Twitter, you can follow me at Dr. Umar Johnson. If you're on Facebook, I use my African last name for Facebook, so you won't find me under Johnson. You have to look up Dr. Umar Ifatunde, and I'll spell Ifatunde for my Facebook page.
Shadow banned.
That's I-F.
Shadow banned on Facebook.
A, Ifa. T as in tall, U as in unity, N as in nationalism.
You don't need to do this shit if people are in front of you, dummy. You only need to do that over the phone, and they can't tell whether it's
Tunde on Facebook. Frederick Douglass. On my father's side, I'm related to Frederick Douglass.
No, you're not.
Digging up some history on my mama's side. I got my Aunt Trudy here today, my brother Ali back there.
So his Aunt Trudy is there with him. And his brother Ali is with him too. And then he has other brothers that have done his security, but they're no longer doing his security. You know what they say, you can't work with family. His sister has been at events. But the tone of these events, they had guards with guns. We've all seen him walk in with the guards of guns. And then where they stopped following him, because imagine, you know, somebody is completely different online. He's not the same person. They stopped following him. This is where things were left off at. So when you do see him, you see him on, and the way that he presents himself is like he's hanging out with the brother, like Charlemagne the God, and he's sleeping with Sukiana and all this other. Those are all images. And if you are not on the internet, remember how I told you I was, you're not going to know all of this. You're not going to know that all of this shit, he does not deal with Charlemagne the God one-on-one. He deals with the producer. He does not deal with Joe Budden straight up. He deals with the producer. He probably is in contact with Suki. He's probably not sleeping with Suki. It's just a facade that is pushed, and some people can't determine whether things are real or fake. You know, he's not going out having lunch with Charlemagne the God. It's a working relationship. When he comes in, that's what it is, and then it's done with. He's not hanging out with Nick Cannon. He's not that guy. He's not that guy. So if you're family, then you might perceive him to be a little untouchable. I think it's a good idea to review these videos because there could be someone who may know what we know about Umar and find himself get involved with him. Yeah, me too. This is why I'm going through like a lot of the stuff I go through. So are you saying to play it all the way through, Black Anonymous? I get a lot of stuff from her issues too. But yeah, so it is important for people to separate the difference. He's not hanging out with Chappelle. He may text people, but he's not in a close relationship with them. You know what I mean? He's a regular person that has met people, just like all of us. We've all bumped into somebody, had to work for or meet someone. Umar with Reverend and Tyrese. I think, yeah, I probably can find that. So yeah, we all know, people, we related to people that are known, famous, or whatever. It doesn't mean that we literally stay with them or hang out with them or whatever. So yeah, I just wanted to help you guys see where the lies are. So he wanted to let him stay, man, let him go off. He wanted to present himself as a celebrity, and that's what they thought he was, a celebrity. Okay, let's get to the. So his aunt could show up at this, and his brother could show up at this, and then he tells his siblings, this is where I was going with this. He tells his siblings, like the dog he is, he says they showed up to something. It was some get together, and he was laughing and having fun or whatever. And then I guess it was over. And when it was over, he tells the siblings, "Don't you ever come to an event ever like literally cusses them out. I'm not gonna say what he said, but he was like, don't ever fucking come to one of these events again." And so they don't. Now these are the same siblings that grew up with him, went through the same things, but he says, don't ever come to these events again. He doesn't want to be his family to be seen because he wants to present himself with an image. Remember when Marianne was talking about the movie and how he wanted his mother to be presented? He wanted her to be, they lived in this great big house. He wanted to be presented as, she's walking up, moving around, all that good stuff. It's a facade. It's a facade. And people are still there. So that's how no one sees through, or because nobody is doing what we saw happen earlier. There's only certain type of people that sit and dive into people like that. Those are people that don't have anything else to do. But if you are someone and you get introduced to him, you're going to take him at face value. Unless you're just known to hang out with scammers and street dudes, what you see is what you're going to take it from. You can't take like the quirkiness, because most people that are intelligent, it's not, or who present themselves as being intelligent, are quirky. They have quirks about them. They're a little eclectic. But this is not a man sitting around doing Mensa puzzles. He's not that. It's all his intellect, if any, is in one area. So we'll keep going. Now, in this particular one, he likes to rant and rave about how his IQ is so big and vast. But he talks about it. He actually tells on himself, IQ tests do not measure your intelligence. I mean, like, they don't mean anything.
Support me.
Let's move ahead, but at least you guys know, it's not doing an assault on the family just because his family is seen or they're out. And no, they probably now don't want to be aligned with him because things were not what they were, or the stuff that has come out about him, but it's not what he's putting off.
That's when your daughter got a 9 o'clock math class that you don't think she's likely to get to. You're going to drive on by, make sure her ass is in there. Your son got a 6 o'clock history class. He don't do 6 o'clock at night. You want to drive by his dorm room and make sure he in it by himself, because too many of our kids are going to college and coming home with babies instead of degrees.
But remember what he said. Remember what he said when his dad came to pick him up. He was in there with a woman. This is when Tupac died. And he had to turn on the TV and get the woman out. Told his dad to wait for him in the car. He is the very thing that he talks about. The Pookie is him. He is that guy. I'm just trying to help people wake up from the delusion, because, and not even a delusion, it's just something that was pushed off to people, and I don't think that they see it. So they're basing, I don't think that he would do that. Well, no, the character that you see online wouldn't do that. But he would do it. He absolutely would. Okay.
What's wrong with being an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter? What's wrong with being an auto mechanic or an auto body repair? What's wrong with being a barber or an HVAC specialist? What's wrong?
I'm going to write a book on it. I'm going to put all this stuff in a book. So he thinks that he's going to write a book and people are going to know his legacy. They're going to know some stuff I want to say too.
What's wrong with being a worker or a heating, cooling, and air conditioning expert. You don't have to send your children to college if they don't want to go. They have to go to trade school, but they ain't got to go to college. There's a trade school in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania called Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology. You should check it out. Half the kids who go for free, and most of them go on full scholarship. Your son or daughter could come home in 2 years certified, open their own business. No college debt.
Let's go through. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to the good stuff here. 115. It sucks when people lie on you.
Because the love I get in Chicago, Detroit, I don't get it nowhere else. So, y'all home, and I would love nothing more than to build that Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey School here. Lord knows we got the empty schools to do it. But I can't do it by myself.
It says, I heard there was a study that showed folks who assumed they're high. Oh, I know you're going to say what I think. Okay, scored lower than folks who assume the opposite of specific test IQ, I think. Danny Kruger. Yeah. Most people that think that they're intelligent are not. They're not.
And I've been struggling for a long
time. That would be an amazing thing. Instead of sending him sex pictures, somebody send him a Mensa puzzle. Send him a Mensa puzzle, just a little short one, and see if he can complete it. Say complete it and send it back. He's not that intelligent.
Long time to feel
He's probably going to block.
I've been dealing with a lot of bourgeois. A lot of y'all ain't standing by my side. I'm just being real.
Just send them something that you can't Google.
So if y'all want me to stay here, show me that love. If I don't get it, you can best believe. Bags will be packed, I'm on my way. I've always loved Philly. I've always come here. My mom's here, my children here, my family here. I just want to make that clear to y'all. That I will consider staying. But if I don't get that support, I will have to move on.
And most people will be all over the stuff be popping in my head all the time. He will be all over the place with his thoughts.
As far as the route that we should go to between, I guess, how can you get something problem that you know what you're dealing with?
True. Okay. Number one, you don't need a diagnosis to help the child. You don't. The diagnosis is for the psychologist to get paid.
But there are people that are running around thinking that I went to Umar in order to have him diagnose my son. How can you, this is my thing, how can you speak on some of this stuff if you don't know what it is that you're talking about? Umar can't diagnose anyone. That's not what his job is. So how is that narrative, how does that stay afloat out here? My son was diagnosed at 4 on a military base in Fort Leavenworth. The only thing that Umar was, if anything, was going to be was a resource to the family, because it's not the fact that we don't have things here, and this is speaking for a lot of people out here, children who have ASD. There's not the fact that there isn't anything out there. The resources are congested. They're limited and they're congested because kid seems to have a form of autism. And so you have a lot of people looking for services. The waiting lists are long, has nothing to do with your money. Nothing to do with your money. You can't get in. You cannot get in. So I had to take my son to a military base to someone to diagnose her, but she's a white lady, but she's the top of her game. And then I got him services with another lady that's renowned, Dr. Beckingham. Yeah, I always want to call her Berkshire for some reason. Dr. Beckingham. And she is what he claims to be. She actually is. She's won awards, and she's helped a lot of Black children. So, and she's a woman. She's fabulous. But she also suffers from autism or some type of neurodivergent. I don't know if it's autism. I never asked her because I felt like that would be rude. but she has a way of working, and you can tell, but she's a wealth of information. If I could get her on, I absolutely will. I gotta get the page cleaned up though, because I don't want to be like, what the hell is going on over here?
I want to say that again. If you bring a child to me with depression or a reading problem, I don't need to diagnose her with a reading disability to help them. I don't need to diagnose her with depression to be there. The diagnosis is for money reasons. Is everything?
Oh, right. School psychologists don't diagnose anyone. They determine if someone qualifies for special education. Yep. Aside from that, Umar has no mental health credentials to diagnose anyone. Correct.
It's about the money. Now, as far as getting them tested, I think assessment.
People, this is another thing. I gotta say this because Umar is making a killing off of these books. It doesn't matter if your kid is black or not. You damn sure want to make sure that you check into like that school district. Normally, they have parent advocacy groups that, and they're familiar with the school, the people that work there. It's a lot better to have someone that's knowledgeable about your specific area to help guide you. So, I mean, the book didn't do anything for me that I couldn't have gotten from the place that's in the area, and that's Impact. Link up with them. They have people that will literally go to the IEPs with you. You get an educational attorney if there's something major going on. And then but they want to catch the school district up in some shit. So they're going to advocate for your child. They're going to help you learn how to advocate for your child. Instead of him, everything that he's talking about is general. It's not state specific. It's not district specific. And if you have a child in that process, then you damn sure. And he's talking about you don't want to get them diagnosed too soon. You absolutely do, because just of what I just said, the resources and everything is congested. You want to get if your child is at, like my son, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I don't know. I knew my son was going to be diagnosed with some at like his maybe 9 months, maybe 12 months. And the doctor said, boy, he has the attention span of a gnat. He was just all over the place. And he would like do like a little mess, like kids, he's smart. He would do one little thing, and then he'd be like, man, what did you do? And then you go over there and you clean it up, and then he'd be hitting the real shit. He was like, good, you work on that, and I'll be over here pulling all the books off the bookshelf. He was smart like that. Or he would go under the computer desk and take all of the wires out. And it was kind of like, damn, why did he do this? Or you have some people that have the pantry and their kids will go in there and take all of the labels off of the cans. He did that to me a couple of times. So it was a lot of surprise. This is what's for dinner. But there are just certain things that were let me know that my son was he was different, and he didn't want to be around a lot of noise. Like I would take him to certain places where other kids, like for play dates, and we'll talk about that later too, because I feel like that's something that people should start doing more of. But I took him to those things, and he didn't really want to get involved. So you have those things. If you're really in tune and paying attention to your child, you will pick up on things. But every child is different. Some children are nonverbal, and you have to get an audiometry test, I believe. Done. There's like things that you have to go through, process of elimination, but you want to be in it. That's the whole thing. You want to be focused. You want to be on it, because the earlier the intervention, the better it is to kind of get them set up, and especially with children like my son, because structure is heavy, is serious, and consistency. So every single day he may want to do the same thing, and you want to be able to provide that for him.
Academic assessment is necessary in certain places.
And somebody like him, this is one of the major reasons. He's too busy. My son is not going to open up to you unless he has some kind of he feels like you're safe. And that wasn't a situation where he could build a one-on-one rapport to even work with the child. So don't do it. And the resources were kind of like generic. So I thought he was someone that had like the key to this shit, and he didn't. And then he doesn't talk about black children with Tourette's. He doesn't talk about black children with, just other shortcomings. It's always the autism or ADHD. But there are other things that children they go through, and they don't have services for them. Even he doesn't talk about not medical technology, assisted technology anywhere in that book. There's nothing about, having like Mac buttons for children that are visually disabled or anything like that. The one thing that I needed help with, and this is why he said that I ran to Philadelphia and skipped the IEP meeting, where we clearly saw I was at the IEP meeting, is because I asked him, I said, I would like to get my son's minutes tapered down from one particular area. What's the best way to do that? What's the best way to word it? And he didn't have anything for me. It's simple. It's very simple. When in the morning time, I want to put in my son's IEP. So regardless if he's at this school or another school, the way that they receive him in the morning, I want it to be in a specific way. Can I get this included in the IEP? And he couldn't answer those things. He didn't have anything for me. So what the fuck? I'm taking care of your mother. I'm just asking you. I don't bother you about anything else, not the school, not anything else. I'm asking you about this, but I ended up getting answers to what I needed and get it right. But that wasn't an IEP meeting. That was me having a meeting online it was over the phone. It was an IEP meeting, and we were already completed with that. But we wanted to get him tapered down, so these guys are going to secondary education. What's the best way that I could get him tapered down so that we can take this off of here and get alleviated? Nothing. He didn't have nothing. And then when he jumped in with, it was completely off the board. And then what was it? The other thing was about including in the morning time, since he doesn't like being around the kids, like when you pull up and you let the kids out the carpooling lane, he doesn't do well with all of that. The buses, the kids running, all of that. Is there a side door? Is there a back door? Or can he come in a little bit late? Or can I bring him a little bit earlier? Whatever it is, I want to get this put into the IEP so that regardless if it's, in the beginning of school, after school programs, wherever, they know, okay, assemblies, he needs to go over here and play with his switch or whatever, because he doesn't do well in assemblies with all of the noise. So I'm just telling y'all what that was and what it looked like, the things that were going on, so that you will have an understanding.
IQ tests do not tell us how smart anybody is.
Oh,
IQ tests work.
He's always ranting and raving about how big his IQ is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
Designed to justify.
You knew that.
The margin.
If you read, you already knew that.
Marginalization of black children. I'm going to go back to my earlier statement in that the test scores can benefit a parent. For example, I do a lot of testing in the home. If any of y'all need your children tested, Dr. Umar, I want to know what my child is really reading at. Is he reading on the 9th grade level? I can do that. But to ask the school to do a psychological evaluation.
My other child too, and I'm not gonna, but my other child, he said this on one of the videos he was talking about, because he was on like a 7th grade reading level. Yeah, because he didn't want to read. And we already knew that because normally reading and math go hand in hand. So reading and math, if they're not doing good in math, then you better damn believe that their reading levels are low. They go hand in hand. And he was struggling already in math. I already knew the reading was crap because he didn't want to read. But that's not the way I brought him up. That's not the way I brought him up. He was at the age where shoes and clothes and everything was more important than him staying on top of his studies. But not now. You have to make certain sacrifices. What I did, I got him a tutor. I took him right to a tutor, and then I got him up to the level that he needed to be at. But that's just what you have to do. You got to make those sacrifices, and that's why I start introducing him to minimalism, because you want all of these clothes and the name brands and all of that other stuff, which is nothing wrong with it if that's what you like. But you have to put more focus onto your education. Now, look, you'll see when my son comes on, he's the way that he is right now. Reading is like all he does because of what his interest is. So it doesn't make a difference of where it was, where it is right now as an adult, and he leans on reading heavily, especially for what he does for a living. So, it's like hand in hand. He's got what he needs, his tool that he takes with him is with him all the time. So it doesn't matter where your child is, it's just how you
the child, and there's no solution in that. So my point is, does testing serve a purpose? Yes, but it should only be considered one small part of the larger assessment.
I do want to also say that the person said that Arlene Anchorman fired Umar Johnson. So she is the person, I guess she has passed away. I looked her up. She was over Philadelphia School District. Some people say that she was a little different to deal with, but they said that she's the person to let him go. Go with God. I don't know where that. Let's see. I'm done with this one. I want to jump to the next one. Hold on. It's a lot of these. Yeah, it's difficult. Like it's really hard getting your kids to be on their studies. And then you don't want to be like what we experienced with him, where you beat it into them or something like that. You don't want that, because then they're going to build up a resistance to it. No, my son didn't graduate on a seventh grade reading level, and that would be debunked. Who is that? Double exposure? Yeah, that he didn't, and that'd be debunked if you knew what my son does for a living. He's got like the most, yeah, no, that doesn't work. So we got to kind of stop trying to figure Shamon's life out. My son is damn sure not on the seventh grade reading level. Yeah, that was at the event. He said he was at the seventh grade when he was in school. When he was driving a sports car. He was popular as hell. He wasn't on his books. So yeah, he was 17 driving a sports car and being very materialistic. So, but no, he didn't. When he graduated, he was on reading level, above reading level. Now he's above reading level. No, he didn't. He didn't. Mommy paid for that. And my son was very nervous during that thing, but no, he's not. And then if he graduates, he's what, 25 now. So when he comes on, you guys are seeing, even if that was true, you will see where he is now. He's not on no damn seventh grade reading level at all. Uh-oh. But yeah, no, he's doing amazing. He's on his second business. He's doing great. And my daughter didn't run away because if you look at her age on that post, she was damn near 30. She wasn't running away. That's not running away. You have to get abreast of what the facts are, sir. And yeah, 16-year-old having trouble. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And he's still in trouble. He's about to be in trouble when he gets home from his dad. He's still doing crazy shit. Hold on, let me put this other one out. What are you? No, my son's he's been doing well for a while. You don't need much to drive. A child can get behind the wheel and drive. It's been done. Absolutely. We know that from Umar. He started driving in his 20s. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Okay, I got one other one I wanted to bring up because I thought this was just funny. Hold on. Yep, he did. He was materialistic, very materialistic. Like he wanted to be going to high school with Louis Vuitton wallets. He's a kid nowadays, but he wasn't out in those streets. He wasn't doing nothing crazy. No, I wasn't. I was saying that he had a car at the time that he was driving. He could have been doing a whole lot of things bad, but he wasn't. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing. That's why we got him the car. Is that cleared up for you there, double exposure? Okay. Hold on. I want to bring up this other video for you guys. Please let him cook, y'all. Please let him cook. Where did it go? This one I thought was hilarious. I know what I didn't do. I didn't leave him in North Philly. And I damn sure didn't have someone jump my kids so that they would get off the internet or start acting right. So thank God for that. Reading we could fix. That's going to take a ton of therapy to get that corrected with his daughter. I don't even know what kind of monster does that to a child. You know, someone that could have easily went and got their child, but preferred to send someone to harm her instead. That was sick. I left him to himself while he was school age. What do you mean? Are you asking if my child was a latchkey kid? No, none of my kids were latchkey kids. I know that Umar thinks that a latchkey is, what did he call it? A lock key kid. That's like, what the hell is a lock key kid? Are you asking if my kids were latchkey kids? No, none of them were latchkey kids. Yeah, that's normal. But he wasn't. He had a sports car. He could have been out driving around, getting into trouble, doing bad things in the street. He had a car that most all kids wanted, and he just wasn't focused on that. He wanted all the perks of life and didn't want to work to get them. When he was a teen, he was a teen. He was 16, 17 years old. But we got him together. He's thriving as an adult. But you have a 51-year-old man, I almost had it right, man that refuses to get a job. That's a problem. That's a problem. See, Malcolm and MLK, they could hold down a whole family and kids, and they still had a mission, and they did what they were supposed to do. No, 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 no. He did exactly what he said he was going to have them Kansas City girls do to me. Pull up on me and jump me. Let's not play no games. We know exactly what he's capable of doing. He didn't go see about her himself. No, he doesn't have a mission. His mission, if he had a mission, he would stay on that mission. He'd be thriving in the mission. I'm pulling it up, y'all. I'm just talking a little shit while I'm doing it. He'd be thriving in that mission. No, no, I think that Umar's a liar. I think that you are heavily indoctrinated. That's what I think. I think that y'all want that's a excuse to say that he's on a mission by the ancestors, right? No, he's not thriving in the mission. How's he thriving? Double exposure. How's he thriving? Because I missed it. No, I attach myself to a facade. I don't mess with losers. He's a loser. And when I figured out he was a loser, I didn't just have an inkling. I jumped ship. I bet you if I dropped down the line, you wouldn't come up here. That'd break the internet. I'm stop. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Waiting. Oh, this is the one I wanted to go over this with you guys, or not really go over. I just wanted to experience with because I've never seen it before. I've never seen it, you guys. Cheerio, let me have my fun. Let me have my fun, please. I like to have your fun. I wanted to look at this. This guy is just like a person that parents from the bench, I think. Like one of them, I could have did it better if I'd done it, but really they couldn't have done it better. They're just like one of those people. Uh, okay, here we go. This should be it. Let me have my fun. Let me have my fun. I know what I'm doing. I know what the heck, bro? We'll just type it in. I wanted to see this. I don't know anything about it, but it was brought up, so I wanted to share it with you guys. And I'll try not to stop it too much.
Solid decade since the film was released. Now that we've had a period of time to think about it, just what has been the like. This essay is about education, school reform, school choice, and charter schools.
I am honored. to become a wildcat.
Actually, let me start elsewhere.
And my father sort of influenced me. He says, if you learn to write, if you read a lot, if you sort of figure that part out, then you can figure out stories. But the path to being a good filmmaker is not about the equipment or the technique. It's about stories.
Maybe this is about how stories eventually become more than just stories. It's been 10 years now since the documentary Waiting for Superman came out. For a passionate storyteller, Davis Guggenheim, the film's director, his mandate seemed fairly simple: help audiences live the stories of young, ambitious kids and watch as they get crushed under the weight of a broken education system. And that despite their best merits, despite their parents' efforts to support their success, their potential is ultimately robbed. His goal was to then use these stories to diagnose the ailments of that broken system and showcase the valiant efforts of reformers and innovators who are simply fed up with the status quo. Waiting for Superman typified a huge turning point in education policy in the US. It helped ignite a national movement to scrutinize public schools and spark protracted debates around school choice, teachers' unions, charter schools, accountability, and privatization. At the time of this recording, it has been a solid decade since the film was released. Now that we've had a period of time to think about it, just what has been the legacy of this film? Has the state of US education at all improved thanks to the efforts of these, quote, reformers? Have more kids of disadvantaged backgrounds benefited from these shakeups? Did they have better chances at life success? Has the massive expansion of charter schools lived up to its promise? Do teachers' unions suck the education system dry to prop up lazy teachers in a cycle of wasteful bureaucracy? In other words, did this documentary finally figure out the secret sauce to improve the lives of poor kids? If you haven't seen the movie, perhaps you remember this scene from the trailer.
Almost every category we've fallen behind, except one. Kids from the USA ranked #1 in confidence.
This was my first memory as a mindless 20-something struggling to find stable employment after the financial crisis. I recall a majority of my 20s were spent feeling up creek, and I traded in my paddle for a useless social science degree. I love nonfiction, and I'm obsessed with documentaries. In fact, convinced that I never got over my ADHD and feeling like I sucked at reading so much that I declared to myself that the only way for me to get smarter was to be infotained. I loved documentaries of the 2000s. They all fed my idealistic mind, which was fresh from undergrad. I had somehow thought if I
I'm gonna try to fix this, guys. Hold on, real quick. Promise you, it's gonna go really fast. I know what I did wrong. Oh no, that's what it was. Okay.
watched enough,
Can
I
you
could
hear me
read
now?
this scene
Okay.
from Good Will Hunting.
Say I'm working it.
Can you hear me now, like over the video?
The NSA and somebody puts a code on. Maybe that code was the location of some rebel army in North Africa or the Middle government that would sell us oil at a good price. Spills the oil and kills all the sea life in the North Atlantic because the shrapnel in his ass is giving him chronic hemorrhoids.
Popular culture began to take a little bit more of a different tone, more toward
That was oh boy from Fahrenheit 9/11.
I would say are more overtly political messages with clear indictments of the Bush administration over the war in Iraq, corporate power, the culture wars in general. A lot of these were thrust into the national spotlight. All of a sudden, you find yourself talking about bowling for Columbine during Thanksgiving with your aunts and uncles, talking about the appalling state of gun control in the US. Oh, and there was also March of the Penguins. The 90s and before certainly had strong political themes, but did not seem to thrust itself in the national conversation, especially along the more clearly defined political narratives and battle lines expressed in the era of Fox News and Jon Stewart. Fast forward to 2010, the Bush era is well over. Obama steps in, and finally a prominent documentary.
This is basically just a clip, and I'm almost done with it, but it was I wasn't gonna let it all play through. This is about the making of a documentary called Waiting for Superman. So I'm just letting you guys know, like, or figuring out a little bit about it, and then I was going to stop it, and we're going to go on to something else.
Documentary feature arrives about our education. You might have also remembered this.
I wouldn't mind going over it if I could find the documentary, and we can do that. I don't even know if I can do that, but I would like to go over it. Hold on. I just wanted to see a little bit about like what it's about and what it entails and some of this stuff. I don't know if y'all want to hear me yelling about politics.
Memorable quote from the trailer by DC School Chancellor Michelle Rhee.
So you think that most of the kids here are getting a crappy education right now?
Oh, I don't think they are. I know they are.
I could do a retrospective on the more famous.
So the lady that I brought, her name is Dr. Arlene Ankerman, and she was in the Philadelphia School District. And so I hear she was the reason why Umar does not have a job there. She's the one to let him go. Why, I don't know. But let's see. Hold on, I'm going to look up the next thing that I had. I'm just going through some of these back things because I think that they're funny. This I really thought was funny. Hold on.
Let me
Because
speak to that.
Okay.
Right now, we have a global situation
Watch it.
where a lot of African.
Hey, you guys, I might be childish, but watch his hands with this. It's like somebody's working his hands from the back.
Africans, men and women, are dating outside of their race because they believe we live in a post-racial society. Understand the 4 stages of white supremacy. First, white supremacy establishes itself. White supremacy then maintains itself. White supremacy then expands itself. And then white supremacy refines itself. We are in the stage of refinement. Refinement means that white supremacy has perfected the art of not looking like white supremacy. For example, you see a lot of African men marrying outside of their race all across the world, but they fail to recognize that the woman they're marrying, who's normally a white woman, belongs to the global white supremacist order. So although he's the husband and she's the wife, she still has the power. At any point in that relationship, she can pick up a telephone, accuse him of a particular crime, and regardless of whether he committed or not, his whole life would be changed. Furthermore, we have to recognize that women live longer than men. So if I, as an African man, marry a European woman or a Chinese woman or an East Indian woman or an Arab woman, whatever wealth I accumulated in my life, when I die, my wealth goes over to the woman of that race. We need that money to build the institutions and industries. So how does a black man with full consciousness who claims to be loyal to his mother and loyal to his people marry a woman who is not in the image of his mother, whom he knows after he dies is going to take his resources and give them to her race, not his? Marrying outside of your race for an African man anywhere on earth is one of the greatest acts of racial betrayal, treason, and treachery. It is absolutely intolerable and disrespectful to black women. With so few black women finding husbands, how do you find it within your soul to marry somebody else's daughter who you know is only eloping with you because you have education, income, economics, privilege, position, or property? These women are not marrying poor black men. They're marrying well-educated black men on purpose. It has nothing to do with love. If it was about love, why can't we find rich East Indian women, rich Chinese women, rich white women marrying poor black men? Why is it always well-educated and stable black men marrying poor white women, Chinese women, or East Indian women in Africa?
But here's the thing about this. Here's the thing about this. Black women are not marrying outside of their race for the same reason that black men are. That's A. And B, black women in other races, married to other races, stay married longer because of A. They stay married longer than black men do marrying other races. So the statistics for the black women staying in interracial marriages and then not ending in divorce is higher than any other interracial couple. And then where you have black men, they're not staying married outside of their race either. Not with the black women and not with it. So I'm just saying, that's the numbers. That's what the numbers say. Facts don't care about feelings. So there's a problem. There is a problem. And I do not believe that black women feel that they want to live their entire life alone. Not outside of me, but I'm saying other women that want to be married. And can you imagine going through a situation with a black male that is just terrible? And that's not to say that that's going to be what it is every time she gets with a black man, but she's going to be open to any healthy relationship that comes her way. So I don't know.
Right now, we have a situation in Nigeria.
This is coming from a man that can't get married. He can't be married. So he's not the person to push.
Where African women are marrying Chinese men. Chinese men are exploiting these women's desire to marry outside of their race and hopefully improve their economic stability. So sisters are reaching out for the Chinese men because they're poor. And when they see the Chinese face, they assume that all of them are wealthy, which is not true. In fact, most of the Chinese coming into Africa are coming there poor, but they become rich off of us. And so what's going to happen?
Exactly. It's not pitched as a empowerment. It's pitched like we're like low on the totem. When I hate saying totem pole, but we're low. We're low hanging fruit, and I don't like that. And I don't even think he's so negative. He has no idea that how he comes off reflects it. It's a symptom of a bigger problem. And he ain't gonna.
His history is going to repeat itself. These Chinese men are going to have babies with our African sisters, and those babies will be 100% citizens of the nation of Nigeria and other nations where this is taking place, because Nigeria is not the only one.
He knows a couple of people he done talked to, and that's the whole problem with him. It's a fallacy. He knows a couple of people that he done talked to, and now he's pushing this as a general. This is what happens in general or over the norm, and it's not true. That's not the reason why.
So the children, the biracial Chinese African children, will be 100% citizens of Nigeria, but they will be raised by their Chinese fathers to be loyal to the mother country.
Because the black woman is not doing it to be, she's not doing it to be like mean. She's doing it or she's going on with life. She has a desire to have a family, to have, certain things. And a lot of times dating, because of the issues that are within our race, dating black men, there's a hang up, because the one thing that I've seen, it doesn't matter wherever you go across the board, if you are dating high income, low income, their biggest thing is preserving what they have built. And it's usually more so if you're dating lower in pedigree, like you're dating someone that did not grow up with a lot. Then they are doing everything kind of like, how prisoners eat their food, where they're like hovering over the plate so can't nobody take their plate. That's how they approach a relationship. And they don't want to get married because they don't want anybody to take what they built. But that's what the court system, this is why the courts are set up the way that they're set up. They're designed to help men protect their money. So you lean into the paperwork and you go ahead and marry. We're the only ones that are scared to marry because we think it's going to fail. Well, if it fails, then put tools in place in order for, for you to be okay, for your assets, whatever you built, your wealth to be okay, to secure it. You don't not marry because you're scared of it. And if he was really telling the truth, white men will marry and then they'll get a divorce and they'll turn around and remarry again. No problem. But with ours, they can't make that first leap because they're scared. So it's all about preserving what is built, and it stems from, in my opinion, starting out in poverty. Black women are not thinking like that. They're thinking about, I need to get married. Time is ticking, and this person treats me well. I've had a lot of bad experiences, regardless if it's with a black man or anybody. She's just looking to marry. Umar may as well be saying, black men, I know you like white women better. We all do. Just hold your nose and marry black women. Do the black women a solid. Yeah, it's very insulting. But he doesn't have any idea how he comes off. He hasn't been having the right conversations with the right people. He wants to talk to certain levels. So that's what he gets. This is his understanding of it. That's why it hasn't stopped. It hasn't slowed down. It's not going to stop. It won't slow down because he's not grasping it. He doesn't have an understanding. So there's an underlying reason why it happens. And if he was truly aware of why, then he would attack the underlying reason and not. It's the same way with his thing with women and natural hair. He doesn't understand why women wear wigs and weaves and stuff like that. So it has nothing to do with us not liking our hair. Nothing to do with that. Same way black women don't understand the reason why a man does not want you to wear weave. He wants to put his hands in your hair. That's how men connect. And you think I'm lying? Look it up. That's how they connect. That's the way that they bond. That's why you see them with their little girls. First thing they want to do is do their hair. Has nothing to do with their sexuality or anything like that. It's a way of bonding, connecting. And if they can't touch your hair, you know, it kind of, it stifles them out. But in that same regard, black men have to understand that it isn't because she has a problem with herself or her self-esteem or anything why she does it, why women continue to do it, even though they're in a conscious community. Outside of the conscious community, what they know is in the products and all that other stuff. You got to get to the underlying problem. And it's management. It's time management, it's hair management, it's cost, it's a form of expression. There's a lot of other reasons why women wear weave than just, but he doesn't understand it because he doesn't take any initiative in or like to talk to people to figure out. He just assumes. Let me go to this other one. Y'all gonna like this video. Hold on. I found this one all by my own son. Let's see. Yeah, he's limited in black women are not going to stop wearing weave. They're not going to stop dating. Even black men are not going to start. They're not going to stop dating outside of the race or whatever. They're just not going to do it. Not with how he's pitching shit. It's not going to happen. That's his. He came up with a what do they call that? A slogan that has worked. You know, black queens forever, snow bunnies never. That, I mean, it's nice to say, but when it comes down to it, they're gonna do what they want to do. Until the major issue is corrected. Oh.
Everybody. All right. It's an honor to be back in London again. This is my fourth visit. I'm sure it's not my last. Always good to come and build with the brothers and sisters across the water.
Now, in this one, I've never seen that. It says he's a national certified school psychologist.
Last time I visited was November of 2012, and a lot has happened since then. For African people internationally, for us in the States, for you guys here,
No, they don't, because everything's mixed up. Hey, Davis, they're not interested in, and you have to show value, and he's not speaking any value into anything. He's not making any real strides where his talking points or the things that he's about, because it doesn't fit the tone. He doesn't understand why people do it. It's the same way here. It's a lot of people, a lot of interracial dating, a lot of interracial marriages.
And before I go too far, I want to make sure I invite you guys back out tomorrow for a double lecture that we're going to do over at the Venture Center. And that's going to start at 5 o'clock. I'm going to do two. One presentation is going to be on the rise, fall, and redemption of the FBI's COINTELPRO. For those of you who have been paying attention to...
I'm telling you, they talk more about COINTELPRO than anything else I know.
Political developments across the water. And you're aware that President Obama made history by putting the first black woman's name on top of the most wanted terrorist list. And our Queen Mother, Sada Shakur, who's
Rest in power.
been minding her business in Cuba for the past 40 years, is now considered the most dangerous terrorist to American interests. She doesn't have any bombs. She doesn't have any weapons of mass destruction. All she did was seek out her freedom because she was falsely incriminated for killing an officer, which was proven.
He didn't talk about this on American soil. He goes to London and talk about this. Like,
forensically to never have happened. She was exonerated, but yet still President Obama and the government are looking for our sister, and they raised the amount of money, the bounty on her head, from $1 million to $2 million. Anyone who will bring her back dead or alive, that's how much they'll be paid for an elderly sister. So I'm going to talk about COINTELPRO. Many of us don't know the history of COINTELPRO, which was actually started to help bring down His Excellency the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. In fact,
This is why this man had the folder, the FBI folder, and the girl saw him with the FBI folder. Because they, for some reason, I mean, I know the reason, but they have this obsession with COINTELPRO. The problem is, you know that happened, and yet you still move reckless. He swears up and down he knows. Remember, he got on that show, he said, they told me. You know that they're watching you, they're looking at you, so you playing. During that time I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what's going on now. And you still do what you do. You still move, and then the fact that you try to move a lot of the things that he does with car rentals and the flights and stuff, that type of stuff is what keeps people looking at you harder, because why do you have to do the extra shit? Why you just can't move like everybody else? That's my major problem with the conscious community, is they're wanting to act like what they're doing is so bad and moving in the shadows. It should be able to be done above ground if you're doing it the correct way. Everything should be above ground. And when you start talking about shadow governments and stuff like that, they don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. Well, then what are you doing? What are you doing?
Edgar Hoover, who was the founding father, if you would, of COINTELPRO, actually got his career start in destroying Marcus Garvey in the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So we're going to talk about how the FBI existed during Hoover's day, but even after Hoover's death in 1972, 1973, the COINTELPRO was never dismantled. It only went underground. And we found the COINTELPRO involved in the death of Tupac Shakur, involved in the death of the Notorious B.I.G., implicated in the death of Michael Jackson, Sam Cooke, okay, Dr. King, Malcolm X, and the list goes on and on. And so tomorrow, I'm going to do a PowerPoint presentation on the political assassinations that has been taking place in America, and even over here. Jimi Hendrix, for example. That was a joint assassination between COINTELPRO and the Secret Service over here. And you guys have had
Jimi Hendrix died of LSD. A.A. Davis, tell me if I'm correct. Didn't he do like an unusual amount of acid drops? Like he soaked his headband and some other. That's when Purple Haze or whatever was done on the guitar. Am I right or am I wrong? What is he talking about? Strange. This is a strange man. He done linked Jimi Hendrix to. Now, why in the hell would COINTELPRO be after Jimi Hendrix? They never talk about how they use jazz musicians with Lumumba when they go. They never talk about that story. But wasn't he high off of LSD or something? hold on. I don't trust nothing this man says. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I know he I just don't trust him. I thought that he was like he did like an unusual amount. Okay, barbiturates. Okay. Oh, I thought he did. So it wasn't an LSD overdose. According to the post-mortem examination, he died from asphyxia due to. Okay, you were right, causing him to aspirate on his own vomit. September 18th. Okay. While he was known to use LSD, it was not to cause death. Okay. I don't know what, but it's not. Pointel Pro was not after Jimi Hendrix, you weirdo. But yeah,
so we'll talk about that tomorrow, and then my main presentation: the illusion of inclusion, the myth of black progress since the end of slavery and since the election of President Obama. A lot of us think that African people are doing better now than ever before as the result of President Obama's election. But the statistics show something totally different than what we believe. And that is that African folks are actually doing worse. AFRICOM in Africa, the recolonization of the continent, and Obama initiative has really helped push back Africa to the pre-colonial days. There's total ignorance of or total neglect of issues affecting Black people in America and across the world for that matter. President Obama is the first president we've ever had in America who has not dealt with Black civil rights. He has totally ignored Black civil rights and is totally focused on other people. We're going to talk about that in the context of our most recent legal decision. You guys heard about it. Trayvon Martin case, Zimmerman walking free. I was actually in South Florida when that verdict came out. My paternal grandmother lived in Sanford, Florida. She lived in the city at the time of Trayvon's assassination. So we're going to talk about that and how an adult male who's not even a cop can walk free after getting out of his car, after being told not to leave his car. He got out of the car, pursued Trayvon, killed him, and was able to walk. So we know back in 1857, I think it was, Dred Scott case, I'm forgetting the year, but Chief Justice Roger Taney said that the Black man has no rights, that a white man are bound to respect. And I think the Trayvon Martin case is very, very endemic of that. But it's also endemic of some other things too, which I'm going to touch on tomorrow night as well. So you want to come on out to that program, and that's going to be at 103A Warnington Road. And I'm going to do the lectures back to back from 5 until 10. And then from 10 until 1, there's going to be live entertainment. There's going to be a band, meet, greet, chat, and shoot. And you hang out with Dr. Umar. So that's tomorrow, 5 to 10, with the afterflow and entertainment from 10 to 1. And that's 103A Warnington Road, W10 5YB. That's one thing you guys do different here. Y'all go by the W10 5YB. That's how y'all find out what stuff is, right? In America, it's a little different. So I'm trying to learn that. And then Sunday, I was contacted by the elder Emmanuel who owns the Centerprise bookstore.
Because this is just a whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. Yeah, it's just the more like you just told where his grandmother, and I didn't see that in her obituary. It doesn't say anything about her being in Florida. No. He makes up stuff as he goes. But I got another one. Here's one speaking on what I was talking about.
Most important wife. You know why? Because she's going to regulate the other three. When you tell the other three you reset them, they
And you know what? I wish the hell he's still on that mentality now. I wish the hell he would put some girls on me. Because I would drop every one of them and then you would be wearing your dinner. So you're gonna marry two women and then you're gonna have them fighting? What a no class.
One eye. My husband said, handle it, or I'm gonna handle you. So you got the A wife, B, C, D, and they all gonna get along because they all have something that they good at.
No, he's gonna weaponize them against each other. And then they're gonna turn on his ass.
In other words, black women, if you organize polygyny, most men won't want it anyway if you make the responsibility so great that they might got to look the other way. But don't ignore something that you know happening in London because you don't want to deal with it. Deal with it, organize it, and make sure you get something out of it. Pieces. This is what we want to do. Because we got to end at 9. We ain't got nobody else to listen from Brother's Day, right? So this is what we want to do. Yeah, now I got you told me that already. I got you. You told me that. So we got a few more people here, and we got pieces right here. So what we gonna have to do for the remaining folk, because we got a brother in the line already. Okay? Yes. So that's where we at. No more people. I got it. You wait, elder. I got it. You finish it. I got it.
On the mic.
Okay? I need everybody to do a 1-minute speech and presentation. Because we got a brother in the line already. Okay? Yes. So that's where we at. No more people. I got it. You wait, elder. I got it. You finish it. I got it. But I got it.
Rude as fuck. That's why people don't like him.
Yes. So that's where we at. No more people. I got it. You wait, elder. I got it. You finish it. I got it. Okay? I need everybody to do a 1-minute speech and presentation.
I can't let nobody speak like that.
Elder, we got the living.
That would be our last. That's our last dealing. I don't do the theatrics in front of people.
Got 10 minutes. Let's get the people in. I got it.
No, you don't have it, and that is. Oh, I've seen that. Why that was sent to me? Hold on, I gotta pull up this other one. Yeah, he's got a shitty disposition. That's why people don't like you, sir. Hold on, I just gotta pull this one up. I got it. Put the microphone down and talk and quit yelling into the mic. Everything's a performance. Ain't no damn way I could ever. Here is the other one. Sorry, I had to scroll all the way down because I had to deal with that other mess. And here we go. Oh, it's just here it is.
First visit since November. A lot has happened since November. We had Baltimore. And when Baltimore...
Does anybody remember the riots in Maryland? Anybody remember the riots in Maryland? Or the Orioles played a team with no fans or something? Anybody?
Happened living in Philadelphia. I was naturally concerned because I spent a lot of time in Baltimore. It's only a 90-minute ride from my home. It's also the city where my ancestor Frederick Douglass escaped from slavery to freedom at. And it's also the city where Queen Mother Harriet Tubman spent a lot of time. When you turned on the news and you heard about Baltimore, a lot of what you were told was incorrect. And on behalf of the brothers and sisters in Baltimore who I consider family, I want to correct the record for you. Number one, the riot was not started by youth. The riot was started by crackers at a Baltimore Orioles game. Our young people were engaged in a peaceful protest surrounding the police murder of Freddie Gray. That protest march took them near the Orioles Stadium. It just so happened that during that march, the Orioles game let out. White folk were shouting obscenities at our young people. They threw bottles and stones at them while the police stood by and did nothing. They shouted the N-word, and the young people tried to remain as nonviolent as they possibly could. But seeing that their dignity was at stake, they retaliated. When Wolf Blitzer, Anderson Cooper, and Don Lemon presented to you on the situation in Baltimore, they conveniently left out the reality of why that entire situation started. We also know that the governor of Maryland had already decided that martial law was going to be declared before the rebellion broke. So this whole thing was engineered. Not only that, they told you on the news that the students of Baltimore had planned
Let's try it again, okay? I think I have to put the Ethernet in. I think it's over Wi-Fi, guys. I'm so sorry. I would like to have a clean run of the show, but we're going to have to hook it up. It's running from the tower, then Ethernet. Oh, there. Can you hear me talking to you now? Let's see. Okay, all right. So I'm going to try to I'm gonna try to do this again and see if we can get everything set back up. Okay, let's see what we got.
and the flash mob one of the malls
Mike.
and destroy everything in it.
Or maybe
The truth of the matter is that mall is right next to the transportation center where so many of them take the bus home. And on the day that the so-called infamous text message was sent out, you need to know that that text message came from no youth in Baltimore. That text message came from the police itself. You and I both know that if a text message went out saying that we're going to do...
There are so many conspiracy theories that just don't work. They don't stick, where people send these things to him and he's like, yeah, that's possible. And then he goes with it. Sometimes, yes, possibly, maybe. But I don't mind a conspiracy as long as it makes sense with knowledge of, all the components. Some of this stuff doesn't make any sense, especially this stuff with Jimi Hendrix and Plaintiff. I just don't.
destroy your mall. They can trace that message to the phone and the person who sent it. That did not come from children. that came from the police and the FBI. And when the children got out of school, the police were waiting.
And the reason why I say that, you guys, is so people don't think that. Now, trust me, I love me a good conspiracy. I love me a good, this shit don't add up, okay? But there are people that think that my job does things that it does not do. Even when I was at the IRS, that part of it, they're like, oh, this, and this. I'm like, yeah, that's not what the IRS does. Like, no, they don't do that. And it even when you tell people, like, even the some of the wording that's used, like when he's reading these files and stuff, it was a big old thing about us calling something a badge. Well, it's a big building. There's a lot of people working there. Yeah, we all call our badges, or what would another place call it? Name tags, whatever you want. That we call them badges. It doesn't change because you want it to change. It's actually just what it is. It's a badge. So a lot of people are like, well, and then the difference between an agent and an employee, we just went over that. It's like people don't really understand. It's a little bit different from other employers, but it doesn't. The conspiracy, like some of the things, if y'all saw the inside, like we have the old time desk and the old time staplers and stuff, like some of our machinery, like the machinery and stuff is not up to date. How do you think that they're spending money on this or spending money on that? Now, yeah, they could pull money and put it towards it, but I'm looking at the people that are even in the building. They're not that, I don't know. They just don't seem like they're that advanced Now there are other parts of the government, possibly, yeah, absolutely. I don't put nothing past them, but just some of the conspiracies I've heard about, like it's a little far-fetched, but some of it could be true.
In full riot gear, and when the children tried to get on the buses that take them home, the police ordered them off and ordered the buses to leave without the youth. Standing between themselves and their homes was the police throwing rocks at the young people. So they began to throw rocks back. And then they brought up the infamous drugstore that got looted. They had no proof that black folks did it, even though there's traffic cameras all in that neighborhood. If a black person did it, they would have caught them on camera. That's right. The police looted that drugstore. Next to the drugstore, strip mall, weave store, sneaker store, clothing store, chicken wing shop. So you mean to tell me of all the businesses that they could have looted, instead of weave and Air Jordans and some chicken, they broke it to the CVS to get some Tic Tacs and mouthwash. That's what they want you to believe. And then Charleston popped. And when Charleston popped, that hit home, especially for me, because Dylann Roof murdered 5 queens in that church. But even more close to me was the fact I just left Charleston. I just spoke there 2 days before the situation happened. I just left. So when I get back to Philadelphia.
Even I was watching, even when he does people's obituaries on his page, it's more about him than it is the life of them. The woman that died, Art Kathy, he's sitting up here talking about all of like his wonderful self. And oh yeah, you were there too. Like, geez Louise, dude.
You turn on the television a day later, this is what happens.
It's crazy.
So we went down there and we marched. And then the Ku Klux Klan decided to come down there and march. State capitol in Columbia. And the governor of Charleston tried to reduce the killings and the reparations for the killings to a need to take down the Confederate flag. 9 people didn't die for no damn stars and stripes. But as white folk love to do, they like to control the conversation and thereby control the solution and the outcome. So the murder of 9 blacks got reduced to the Confederate flag. They didn't say.
He's really doing the Baptist pastor with the drawing of the. I'm sorry, I can't take this dude serious. It is sad. This is sad. This is messed up. But his theatrics are just.
We're going to put black people to work as a reparation.
Right.
They didn't say we're going to do something about police brutality as a reparation. They didn't say we're going to improve the schools as a reparation. They didn't say we're going to improve the amount of blacks on the police force as a reparation. We're just going to take down a symbol of white supremacy, but we're going to leave the white supremacy in place.
In place.
Trade. People said, "What do you think?" I said, "This was bound
in Wonderland
to happen." Eric Gardner, bound to happen.
No, he does not, and he doesn't repeat things in 3 off. And if y'all notice, he ain't been doing that. Well, he hasn't really been doing lives. That is a understand, overstand, understand tactic. You know, drive the point home. It also helps him catch up, his brain to catch up with what he's saying instead of, filler words. Because if you notice, he doesn't use a lot of filler words. I'm bad at it. I used to be better at it when I worked many years ago, when I worked in a call center many years ago. I was I never used like or any of that stuff because I worked for Sony and you could get docked, on your quality scores for that. But I trained myself to get out of it. Now I'm back at it.
Freddie Gray, bound to happen. Why was it bound to happen, Dr. Johnson? Because the first law of behavior.
5 thinking of thighs. No, wouldn't nobody be talking to the kid. It's like he did not talk like this. This is theatrics. Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Neuroscience.
Science
is a behavior that goes unpunished by the victim.
Come on, bro.
Must occur more often.
He has the ability to mimic. He can mimic very well. Try and get this, sorry.
Action of Michael Brown created the environment for Eric Gardner to go through the same thing. Our reaction to Eric created the environment for Freddie, and our reaction to all of them created the environment where Dylan Ruth can go to Bible study and participate 60 minutes with black folks with the Bible, studying scripture, and then stand up and reload multiple times until everybody was dead.
He said, what? Reload multiple times?
I'm not letting white supremacy off the hook.
No, he should not start no church. He will be a Creflo Dollar for Pan-African.
But I'm telling you that your reaction
Jamal Bryant
to what they do helps support and condone the continuation of that kind of behavior.
No.
So unfortunately, I have to say it again. There's something that's coming worse than Dylan Roof.
Sure.
I hate to say that, but it's the reality, because black people have let white folks get along and get away with too much wrong.
And see, this is my major problem with somebody like him. He keeps black people in an emotional state to keep them easy to manipulate. It's the same way with just dealing with him in general. He keeps people in an emotional state, because if you're fearful, then your anxiety is going to be through the roof, and you're going to be reactionary. They all do that. But see, it's a lot different. This is why he won't be like what was before, because they spoke life into it. They gave you a sense of you can get up and you can change it. And this is what's going to happen. The whole thought of having, the mountaintop or, the cavalry coming, that gave people hope. This is doom and gloom and you better react and it's negative. That's why he will not ever be like them. His speeches are not designed to get people up and get them unified and get them going. It is to keep them reactionary, to keep them emotional. And people are just, they're not seeing it. Yep. If you feel weak and powerless, you're going to give up your money. You're going to give whatever. Save us. Save us. I told him so many times, you have access to these gun clubs. They can train. They can do all these things. You have access to all these things, and you don't use it in the right way. You don't use it in the right way. What he was talking about with that school, people that actually live like that, no, he's full of shit. Because he does not talk, and he doesn't do things that would be conducive of living that type of life. You do not encourage Black people to prep. You do not, and that is something I am so big on, because if you prepped and you're ready, then you can relax. It's not about when shit hits the fan. We can do things a little bit different. It's about preparing for whatever may come. If we was already on this shit when the pandemic came, we wouldn't have had a problem. But we don't think like that. We don't think about training. You'll see, these clips on the internet where they ain't got their kid and the kid is shooting machine guns. We don't live in a war-stricken, society. You don't have to do all of that. You can if you want to, but it's not necessary. You don't have to have your 5-year-old, 8-year-olds shooting machine guns and stuff for a flex on the internet. You don't need to do that. You can teach them how to prepare in other ways. And we saw what happened when that little girl ended up shooting that man. She had no business even touching a machine gun. That is here down there. We will not get there. And that's coming from somebody who is a big, big advocate of keeping guns in the home. He doesn't encourage that. He does not encourage people to take one area of your home. It could be a wall, and just put you up a gun rack or open your cabinet, put it in the garage. Keep up with your ammo. And I was telling people, I was running around like a crazy person telling people during pandemic, the ammo is, get the ammo. Because if you knew, you knew. And you couldn't get it. You couldn't find it nowhere. As soon as they locked it down, because that's when people panic, they go to stuff like that. But even if you're not really familiar with, gun usage and stuff like that or gun training, you can still have an emergency training. You can still, we were just talking about this last night. You can learn how to can. You can learn how to store your food properly if the fridge goes out. There are things that you can do, and learning stuff like that lowers your anxiety. So whatever may come, you feel like you're ready for it. If you start small. The biggest thing when I started with home, I started getting me a trunk kit together. And people would think I was crazy, but I put me a trunk kit in my car. So when it gets, cold outside, if anything happened with the car, then if I had to wait on the tow truck, the kids might be with me, anything, you know what I mean? But we were prepared. I had granola bars in there. I had blankets in there. I had all kinds of stuff in there. And that's from my daddy. If you got a daddy, they're going to tell you, weigh it down with the salt bags, whatever. I had those in there, but I was prepared. So I don't know what happened. I think and I had a jumper box, and I think the jumper box was dead or something. Anywho, we was ready. It didn't take us but 20 minutes. AAA was 20 minutes out, but still, I was prepared and I felt calm. The kids was panicking, but I was like, not to worry. Mother is here. Mother is here. I got this damn pack. Now it wasn't no snacks because they ate them up from ripping and running, during the week. But my point is, these are the things that we have in our home. You should always have at least $1,500 in your home just in case something might happen. Anything can happen. You should have a Faraday case. You should have just fire extinguishers in the home. You should have carbon monoxide detectors. You should have, I would suggest that people have some type of filtration system. There's all kinds of stuff that you can do in case something, even when the power goes out. And one of the girls I was talking to, one of the ladies from my IG, she was telling me she practiced with her kids how to walk through the house in the dark, which was smart as hell. I never even thought about that. Yeah, your kids should know how to get from point to point in the dark in your home with no lights on. They should practice being quiet. I do that with my kids. Up, quiet time, grab a book, get something somewhere, no music, no TV, nothing. Go and chill out, decompress. And you need to do that at an early age. Just practice having them sit still. That prepares them for school, but it also prepares them if anything ever happens and they need to sit somewhere for a minute, they are able to do it. So there's all kinds of things that you can do. And I'm just saying that once you're prepared, you don't feel so much anxiety. He doesn't encourage Black people to prepare. I'm not talking about stocking up on bottled water. I'm talking about make it a lifestyle. Stop buying clothes and shoes and jewelry and start buying guns and ammo. Well, I shouldn't have started with that. But they have Huel packs. I just started buying them about a year and a half ago. Huel is like food that you can buy. You add a little bit of water to it and it turns into eating. It's like basically like food that you can eat out of a pack. We used to get MREs when we could get our hands on them. They don't last long because I eat them, my sons eat them, but we have them available. So there's all kinds of little stuff that you can do. It's not like you're spazzing that they're gonna drop a bomb or we're gonna go through a power grid out. But if it did, anything could happen. It could just be for your block. You are prepared and not to worry, and your kids will learn how to relax too because they have learned how to prepare and learned how to make do. So that's what I wanted to talk about on this channel, but we got to shake the shit off more so we can get to stuff like that because that's what I'm interested in. And Umar said kids in the city need to be taught how to use guns so they can catch. Yeah, and see, I told him I remember what you're talking about. There was something going on. I can't remember what it was. I think that was when they were putting, we were talking about habeas corpus. I think that's something was going on with Trump. I remember this. Y'all gonna flip when you hear this. Something was going on with Trump. Came into office. He was trying to do something, but I told people before, I said, when Trump comes in, this ain't nothing about Trump, like if you like him or not. This is just, I said, when he comes in, he's going to be about dismantling and reorganizing. That's what he's on. Okay. I told Umar this. I was like, he's coming in to reorganize things. When, now, believe it or not, when you work for the government, you always know who the president is going to be. I told Umar who the president was going to be. I said, you need to start pitching this to the people to start getting on this time. So Trump comes in, sure enough, I said he's going to be the next president because we can see the procedures in office start to change. It's starting to accommodate this new power that's coming into, or the new administration that's coming into office. So he comes in, then we start getting hit with all of these things. He was going after, you guys remember, he was going after the IRS, he was going after the DOJ, he wanted the Department of Education. He was coming in like with everybody. So then I hear this thing about he wanted to dismantle us. He wanted to take and put TSA agents and some of us that worked in this particular sector at the border. He wanted us to work the border. And I'm like, how the hell are we going to work the border? Some of these people can barely walk in this department. Now, we do have people that are ex-military and all those other things, but it was crazy. And then you want TSA agents to work the border too? But at that time, something was about to happen in the country. This is before ICE hit. And they wanted the border secured. And then the thing popped up with habeas corpus, where basically, y'all know habeas corpus, they want to bypass, due process and get straight to it. They don't want to sit up there and go through the due process, waste time. So something from my opinion, they are anticipating something coming up through Mexico and coming into America, and they wanted those borders secured, right? But they thought most other people, because they don't pay attention what's going on in the rest of the world, hit this idiot was pushing people to get guns and sit in, get strapped up in the hood and be prepared because he's about to call in martial law or the FBI or whoever I don't know. You never know what these on the hood. And I'm like, no, what the fuck? Why would you tell people to get strapped up and get ready for the police? Why would you introduce that? That's a cocktail for disaster. You don't know, you're going to cause a big amount of problem if you start talking to people like that. You got them up there, and there's already an issue with Black people in the hood with the police. So why would you interject that into and call? No, that's irresponsible. And I was like, this dude is out of his damn mind. So now you got people sitting up in the hood with strapped up, waiting on police officers because they're thinking the police are coming to get them. They're coming for a war. No, this has nothing to do with the hood. This is about national security. But he don't pay attention. He don't know shit. He doesn't pay attention to shit. He just goes off of the way he's reactionary. And that's our biggest problem. We do things, we just react to shit. It had nothing to do with the hood, but he made it all about, oh yeah, he about to call the government in on the hood. And then telling people to get stocked up on bottled water and stuff. I'm like, yeah, you don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't know how to talk to a mass of people. You should not be in that space. You're irresponsible. I first heard Umar say that about 5 years ago. So he's repeating his man. Yeah, this was like in 2024 he did it. Because I was still dating. I was kind of dating him at that time, but I went to TikTok. I did a video about it because I had explained to people, you don't want to introduce that to the hood, that they're being hunted, because that's just going to make anxiety go up, and it's going to cause police shootings and shootings of unarmed Black men. We don't want to do that because you're misunderstanding what Trump is saying. Like him or love him, that's not what, or hate him, that's not what he was saying. He was talking about a national threat. And you guys will remember this. This was back when he wanted to apply money. He wanted to take military funds and apply it to, I'm trying to remember right so I'm not wrong. Basically, he wanted the military to be able to get active on U.S. soil. And my opinion of that, it has nothing to do with the hood. And this is what he was saying. He was like, oh, he wants the military to go in the hood. No, he wanted the military to be able to get active on U.S. soil because of the border. They had anticipated something coming up through those borders. I associated the fact that they wanted to put us workers, they needed people to guard the border because Border Patrol, for whatever is going on down there, wasn't it. They wanted to put us down there because he was already trying to fire everybody in the IRS and other places, the DOJ. These people are trained. He wanted to put them somewhere where they could, especially like TSA agents. So yeah, he conjured all that shit up, and I was like, yeah, you're irresponsible and you're dangerous. I first heard about you, so yep. So he's dangerous.
And what makes it even
the whole, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm gonna get back to, but the whole thing when he was in Kansas City, we had Ralph Yarbrough situation kickoff. And we had the situation where the little black girl was punched in the nose by the white boy. She got suspended, and some adverse things happened to her, but it didn't happen to the young white boy. Or some way, her punishment didn't fit, and Umar wanted to get busy. He wanted to get active on it, but they didn't want to deal with him. They didn't want to be bothered with him, and I didn't talk him up. But I was a liaison between him and the families. And I'm like, hey, I'm not pushing him, and I'm just telling you, he wants to talk to you. If you want to talk to him, I'll make it happen. But I'm not pushing him, and I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying do it. But they didn't want to get active with him, and he felt like, he was nasty after that because they didn't want to use him. He wants to attach himself to something so that he can get clout off of it. And they was like, not today, not my kid, not this situation, no sir. So
worse is we've been all so quick to forgive the perpetrators. In nearly every case, we forgive the perpetrators. Brothers and sisters, President Obama said he want to put cameras on the police so we can see how they behave. Well, guess what? Eric Garner's murder was caught on full camera and still didn't lead to charges against the police. So the Eric Garner case dismissed body cameras. Furthermore, we know that the police cover up the body cameras.
It did some good.
Tonight,
you know what I mean? It's not foolproof.
I want to talk about
that's another part of preference for Black people. You should have a camera in your car. You should have one in the front. You should have one in the back. They're inexpensive. They cost nothing.
Modern history. I want to talk about the provisional president of Africa. Not a man who called himself the provisional president of Africa. 5,000 Africans representing every country on the face of the earth. In Madison Square Garden, 1920. Marcus Messiah Garden. I got a text. Some folks are running late coming in, but they can still get in. Correct, Brother Ali? They can still get in? Gotcha.
So that must be still his brother.
Marcus Garvey was born August the 17th, 1887. St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica. I actually was in Jamaica when the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Golden, whose son is one of the active leaders of the Garvey movement in Jamaica. I was there when they made Marcus Garvey's childhood home a national monument. So Garvey was born not even a generation after the end of slavery. Frederick Douglass was still alive. So was Harriet Tubman and Booker T. Washington. Marcus Garvey was born as one of the last great leaders of the 19th century, the 1800s. One of the periods of our history that we need to study as much as Kemet, if not more, is the 19th century. Because from 1800 to 1899, Black folk achieved more in that century than any century you've ever had since our fall from greatness on the Nile Valley. See, y'all skip over that and run straight to Kenneth. Hotep, brother.
He always throwing shade at people. Just say what you gotta say. You don't have to do. You know, instead of throwing shade, you don't have to do all of that. Just say what you gotta say.
Stop skipping immediate history.
Stop staying inside of only Black history. Study all history.
So you can romanticize about ancient history.
So you know what happened, what
Study the examples that took place in grandmom and grandpop's time. In 1800 to 1899, you got out of slavery. 1800 to 1899, you got Pan-Africanism. 1800 to 1899, you had Gabriel Prosser, Denmark Vesey, and Nat Turner. From 1800 to 1899, you had the births and lives of some of the greatest freedom fighters of all time globally, from Shaka Zulu, the Menelik II, to Ya Isantawa on down, being born or living. That's the century we need to study. And we need to ask ourselves, how is it we got a Haitian Revolution? We got the end of slavery. We got more Black inventions than we've ever had from 1800 to 1899. More independent Black business from 1800 to 1899 than you did from 1900 to 1999. And I don't even need to bring up the 21st century because you ain't done much of nothing lately. And the question you got to ask yourself, if our ancestors from 1800 to 1899 can do all that, how is it we haven't even done the iota of their work, but we have more information about our history, our culture, we have more education than any group of Africans before our birth. And we have more disposable income than any African in modern history. How is it, Hoteppers, that you know everything about what we've been through? You done mastered the solar system, the zodiac, vegan food, raw food, Kemetic science, Dogon science. But you don't own a single institution. There's a contradiction. Harriet Tubman didn't know as much about African history and spirituality as any woman sitting here. Marcus Garvey, Fred Douglass, Booker T, they didn't know half as much as the Black men sitting in this church tonight. But how is it they were able to do so much more than you?
Why is he yelling like that? My daddy used to say, don't yell and prove your argument. I guess. That's what that means. Yelling doesn't make you more effective. It just makes you look crazy. I want to, hold on just a second. I'm going to get this. I be wanting to do something and I can't do this. I want to get the other one because that was like sit through and debunk some of the stuff that I love history. But some of the stuff that he be saying, it just be. And see, that's the reason why you can't only study Black history. You have to study the chain of events that caused a lot of these things to happen. So you understand why things happen the way that they happen. He has a very one direction, or I don't even know how you could say it, but he just has a really a one directional way of thinking on some of the stuff, and that is he's studied in one direction. And I agree with some things that he says, but it's not. Oh, look at this. Let's do this one. Hold on. And this, y'all might understand. This ain't it. Oh. No. Sorry, 1 second. I just wanted to pull this up here. That was in the middle. And the waters got chopped. Oh, because people are doing their own these AI split things or clips. I said splits. Oh, I'm getting old. God dang it, I'm getting old. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna bring it up for you. There's just some things I just don't agree with, and some things I do. It seems like he's just studying from an isolated, just one-dimensional way of thinking. Let's see here. Is this it? I wish they would have kept it all together. That would have been really dope.
Destroying the Garvey movement. In fact, when I get to heaven, I got to ask God a question.
You're not going to heaven, sir.
And my question to the Lord is this.
That means, I'm sorry.
This homosexual cross-dressing J. Edgar Hoover destroyed every major leader from Marcus Garvey to Huey P. Newton. Why did you let him live so long? Garvey was the 20s. They murdered Huey in the 80s. Hoover died in like the 60s. But he still had a hand in all of that went on with the Panthers. 72 was when Hoover died. Look at that. This man destroyed Garvey, Malcolm, Black Power, Black Liberation, everybody. A. Philip Randolph. What's the other brother? The actor Paul Robeson. This man just destroyed everything we got. Why did he live so long?
I'm going to be nice.
The first full-time FBI agent, black, was hired to infiltrate the Garvey movement. And then a lot of people Marcus Garvey had working with him sabotaged the organization. They tried to kill him one time. They came to his office, pulled out the gun, cocked at Garvey, and Amy Ashwood, no, it was Amy Jakes,
Yeah,
I believe it was, who jumped in front of the bullet. Barely missed her and Garvey. And then they found the guy, locked him up, and before he could go to trial, he was found hanging from himself. He was a paid FBI hitman. And you know what's so sad about the Garvey thing? The primary black leaders of the time got together and started a Garvey Must Go campaign. And they went to the United States government. Listen to this. Negro hate, listen to this. And these leaders wrote a letter to the president of the United States and said, can you please get rid of this Negro? He was not born here. He is not American by birth. He is from Jamaica. He is causing trouble. And we think it would be in the best interest of you and us if he get the hell up out of here. Look at that. What kind of a leader goes to white folks? Garvey first shipped the SS Frederick Douglass.
this is the same man that grabs lawsuits against his own. An ambulance chaser. He swear he gonna sue everybody. I'm waiting on my lawsuit for lying so much. I'm waiting on my lawsuit. I have not gotten a lawsuit yet. I'm gonna bury his ass. Bury him. This is all fun and games. But eventually it's got to go to court. It's got to go to court. This internet stuff is fun. It is. But eventually it's got to go to court. I'm going to bury his ass. He may win in the public opinion, court of public opinion. He can have that. He can have that. But I'm going to bury his ass. And he knows it. You just have to be patient sometimes. You got to just be patient. You got to be patient.
Then he had the Phyllis Wheatley. And every time a ship sunk, the black folks came back together, put another ship out there. And when the Black Star Line got blacklisted, they went to Delaware, incorporated the Black Star Line Steam Crawl Ship Corporation.
Because a lot of
Attorney General
feel like, well, why
they arrested him in
didn't have to do the stuff that he did. He didn't have to do it. Just leave people in peace. Leave them in peace. He swears, or they swear, he never had any spies on. But look at what we have going on. The same thing that's going on is just happening out in the public. And I thought he wouldn't be as bad in the public. He's as bad. How many lawsuits Umar has? Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Hey, Yogi. Hey, not enough. Not as many as he should. I'm not going to play no games with them. All I'm doing is sitting and waiting for the right time. And it's not even about waiting. It just has to take its course. It's going to have to take its course. All of them lies. All them lies. The folder I brought to court, that was nothing compared to the stuff that I've just accumulated and just added on a bunch of stuff.
20.
You can the stuff he didn't have to. When he did the fish tank video, he could have left it at that. But to sit up there, I don't give a shit about that. What I care about is saying that I tried to hack into your bank account. You got to answer to that shit. Y'all don't understand how much of a problem that is, but trust me, it's a big problem. I could have came out any kind of way. For the way that they're trying to make it out like I came at him with no, you haven't, James. The way that they're coming out, and the way that they're coming out is like I came out like old girl came out on Boosie. That's the energy they're throwing at this. The crazy thing is my shit is the real, mine is true. So I even pitched my stuff. I know my stuff is right. But him, oh Lord.
2, I believe. Or 23. For doing what?
Gotta be patient.
Using the United States mail to sell stock in a steamship that Garvey did not yet own, but was planning on buying. W.E.B. Du Bois' problem
That's a lot of stuff.
Was he thought he had a right to lead. This is why he hated
no
Garvey. This is why he worked.
Did some stuff like that to mom. Said some stuff about my mom that wasn't true, or anything like that. My mama, that he. I don't know what's going on with us as a people, but it'll get figured out, and it's best that it happened the way it's going to happen, because it's going to happen in front of everybody. And it ain't no running from the court, because if you lie up in there, you're going to jail. That's perjury. That's why I made sure to say certain things on court transcript, because it's not a lie. I respect the system to an extent. I respect the system. But if it was a lie, then I would have been picked up. You lied to the judge. You literally said that this man, the reason why you couldn't speak up on certain things was because this man was under whatever. I'm still here. I'm not hard to find. I'm in one of the biggest government buildings in the city. I'm not hard to find. Why ain't I been taken to jail? Umar doesn't like court. You absolutely right. He was froze up, act like a kid. He needed emotional support, so him brought him mommy. And I was tired. I shouldn't have went tired, but it was open and shut. That's why I said I'm not worried about nothing. Do y'all really think that I'd be cocky with this shit if I was lying or something wasn't gonna go up? I'm confident. All I'm doing is waiting. He should have been hit my ass with something. He's not going to be able to do it because he's lying. Ain't no way I'm going to let this stuff out. You sitting up here doing that, they could have came in and took my mama. Yeah, they need to take your mom. She needs to go somewhere safe. Yeah, that way. People don't just start in common sense. People don't just break up with people and just throw all caution to the wind. Oh, I gotta just throw everything to the wind. I'm just gonna risk it all. No, I'm not that. I'm not her. We're gonna have our day. As soon as he get his attorneys to tighten up, get his money up, because I know he's running around trying to get his money up. We're gonna do it, and we're gonna do it right, and we're not gonna lie. We're gonna tell the truth.
To destroy Garvey. And I honor him for the good that he did, because he did some good. One of our most prolific scholars. But he had the curse of the scholar. What is the curse?
I made sure I found the right attorney too. Hold on, let's go.
Of the black scholar. Most scholars have never been able to lead mass movements.
Umar don't like court. He doesn't.
Dr. King is the only PhD
nothing
in history.
Nothing that's
in this country that led a mass movement.
I hope he makes a lot of money.
Cornel West could never lead a mass movement. He ain't got the street credit. Tavis Smiley ain't got the street credit. Michael Eric Dyson, his suits are too small and he ain't got the street credit.
I know he ain't talking about somebody dressing. This man had on a button down under a dashiki in the last video.
The boy had the same curse. He had no street credibility. He could write articles and shit, but he couldn't capture the attention. See, the boy issue was this. I'm half Jew, half German, half Irish, all this. And Garvey called him half crazy for thinking you different because you got some white blood. The boy got a doctorate from Harvard, one of the first blacks to ever get a doctorate from Harvard. He wasn't supposed to be. Guess who was the first black who should have got a doctorate from Harvard? Dr. Martin Delany, one of the grandfathers of Pan-Africanism, the first black ever admitted into Harvard, and he was admitted in Harvard Medical School. This is the 1800s, and he was in Harvard Medical, but he didn't finish. Why? The white students led a protest and said, we will not come to class until this Negro is gone. And they kicked Martin Delany out of Harvard.
Yeah, he came.
True story. So the boy said,
yeah, that dang on gorilla. I'm gonna get me a gorilla. I'm gonna get a girl gorilla.
I'm Harvard, Berlin, University of Pennsylvania.
On top of a pile of clothes. Filthy animal. You filthy animal, you.
I'm the man. White folks then gave me every stamp you can get. He said I had to wait till Frederick Douglass died. I had to wait till Booker T. Washington died. And now it's my turn. I'm the Negro leader. And as soon as he said that, this little chubby Jamaican gets off the banana boat. It says, up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will and organize more black folk than any leader before or since. The boy never forgave Garvey for taking his opportunity.
Because, you know, I'm not trying to push anybody on y'all, but Garvey understood what the key was. The key was for us to become organized. He was big on entrepreneurship, and he understood that we needed a network. The biggest thing, they're talking about building institutions. We don't have any funding vehicles supported by us in order to sustain institutions. He understood the process of building. They don't understand that now. That's why they were able to get to the point where they had Black Wall Street. They can't do that now. They can't do it because it's the same reason why you have all of these HBCUs that are going down with lack of funding. Y'all done pumped out all these doctors and lawyers, attorneys, psychiatrists, and nobody returns and basically pay homage or even try to mentor or even give money back to where there's something that's very different from other colleges. They don't do it. They don't encourage it. They encourage the damn D9s, but they don't encourage to support the institution. That's why people don't find value in it. They don't see any value in it. And so if they would have encouraged those people after they graduated to turn around and pay it backwards, which would really be paying it forward, they'll get together and do some stepping though. But they won't get together and they won't do anything to support. They gave all that money to Kamala Harris. No shade to anyone. I'm just telling you. They raised all that money and they have closed so many HBCUs due to funding, issues with funding. There's no vehicles. There's no Black philanthropy. And the reason why Black people don't want to fund anything that they can't wear or it does not give them clout or some kind of endowment to where they can show it off. Like it doesn't make them. That's why I said in that video, all he had to do was split that damn school up and let certain people sponsor it because that's what they really want. They want to put their name on something. They want to have a piece of something. If he would have split that gym up, then he could have got all kinds of players and kept his mouth shut about his personal business. and, just kept his social media up and tight, like they so worried about me doing. But if he would have kept his shit together, he would have had funding. I'm saying if he was, if he was right in his right mind and all that other good stuff. He doesn't want grants because he's pushing self-determination, but self-determination can be done uh, in many different ways outside of taking grant money. And then the things that he used the donations for, he should have used grant money for. It has no control. It gives them no control over the school, the operations, or the curriculum. He didn't sit down with anyone and say, how can I do this to where I can use the grant money and they won't be able to touch anything on the school. They won't be able to have any kind of input on how I run my school. He didn't try to keep his nose clean so that he could get funding. If this is your mission, this is your life, there ain't no way I'm gonna be out here talking about no 5-5 thick in the thighs if I know that shit throws people off. They're not gonna take you serious. They're not gonna take you serious. That's why I had to wrap shit up, get it tucked away, because I knew what they were gonna do. I knew that they were gonna dig into me. I knew what they're gonna dig into my kids. They're gonna dig into my family. That's why we had that meeting before I even came out. Stay the fuck away from this. And I'm going in to the dirt. So I can show y'all that if I get crossed, this is the level I will go to. This is what I'm willing to do, because this is how important this is. The same way with him. If this is important to you, then you have to make certain things, you have to set things up so that you will be able to benefit from it. He let ass and whatever weird shit he is on compromise the mission he said came from the ancestors. I didn't want drama with him because in all actuality, I told him, I said, I want to leave this cordial because I got a feeling me and you gonna bump back into each other again one day. I have the text. I think me walking away from whatever it is, however, and you can never be sure with him because he skims text. I sent him a text about my girlfriend doing a podcast. She wanted me to come on as a guest, and he thinking I'm talking about him. I said it, and I just played it off like, okay, yeah, you're right. Hell no, I'm a freedom fighter. Not you. I'm talking about me. But he don't read shit. He scans it. But at any rate, he messed this up himself. And it wasn't even before me. It's when the stripper came out. Why did you think that you could keep something private? And this is no shade to Kim, but why did you think you would have privacy with somebody who is on a pole, bearing the most private part of herself? Why did you think that you were going to get privacy out of that situation? Yeah, they like doxing people. That's a poor man's sport, or a bored man's sport, not poor man. It's bored. People that are bored do that shit. Why did you think you weren't going to get privacy? And I don't know about what happened with them. I'm still kind of iffy. But you shouldn't have compromised it. You wanted what you wanted. That's what goes along with it. And but then after her, it was somebody else. Then somebody else. Then somebody else. Then some. You didn't learn from the first time. And you know what? It's not about those women. I guarantee you it's how he left it. I guarantee you it's how he left it. If you can have a chick that is quiet and still riding with you and you are gone most of the year, then how the hell are women coming out about you? That girl, when the caregiver, when she came out, She came out with showing all of his house and everything. He did something to that girl. And I'm not saying it was something weird or not, just the way it was left, it was that scorn. I still have not put that man's house up on the internet. For all the things he has done to me, I have not put his house up on the internet because his mom is in there. That girl took care of his mother longer and she still put his shit up there. He doesn't pick good. And not even really like that. It wasn't that. It's not even that he doesn't pick good. It's the fact that he messes over the wrong people. That's a misstep, a misspoke on that. It's not the fact that he doesn't pick good. It's the fact that he messes over the wrong people. The people that you should leave out of the situation and y'all be cordial, he fucks them over. He can't pick a contractor for a school. He can't pick a wife. He can't pick anything. You're a goddamn psychologist, right? A school psychologist. You're supposed to read people well, right? You had all of the opportunity. You talked to all these women. You didn't get to know them. You didn't vet them out. You didn't figure out what they were when they got mad. And that's a big thing with men. When y'all mess with chicks, you don't see them when they get mad. You don't know what you're dealing with. You get them when they're good, and then when they pissed off, they turn into something else. Because you have to vet them out properly. I'm not saying piss them off. I'm just saying vet them out. See who you're dealing with. And then you can't have, I don't do no pillow talking. You're not a child. If you're laying down and sharing your body with somebody, you need to be able to tell her, if you're going to be in my space, I need you to be like this to stay on your toes, to keep me on my toes so everybody in this is aware. He doesn't think like that. He don't need to be out here doing what he's doing. He talks down on strippers. That was wild. Yeah, how you gonna talk down on them? You was dating one. She wasn't all of that. She wasn't a maggot and all of that when you was with her. She's not a bad woman. You just fell out. I got people that I broke up with. They don't make them bad men. They just wasn't a man for me. He's crazy. Everybody's wrong but him. Then the Anissa comes, not Anissa, Anaya X comes out on. You had no business wiping the sweat off. Remember that shit? And he sat up there and tried to run that woman down. Well, she's not a bad woman. She just whatever, but she's not a bad woman. She was holding out. She didn't even sleep with him. You shouldn't have never came out and spoke on me with your fat ass. I'ma bury you. He turns into the goddamn villain. He don't show that side of himself when you're dealing with him. It's only till after. And then going on and on, he doesn't realize the most important thing is getting his money to get the school together, if that was what his intentions were. If that's what his intentions were. And then the girl that came to the event, y'all sat up there and body slammed that woman. They drug her ass up out of that event like she was trying to do, oh, that was almost like Malcolm X. Like, shut up. She threw a bag at his ass. But they didn't look in that bag. Who knows what was in it? And people still think, oh, well, he didn't mess with her. Yeah, he was. He was slept with that chick. He did something weird. Some way he left her, he didn't leave properly. A lot of time, men, y'all mess with women, you have no intentions with them. I'm going to tell you, if you want to get past all of that, I promise you, all you got to do is be upfront. Because a woman is going to play with it in her mind. She's going to be like, okay, all he want to do is link up. Okay. We can link up. And she's not going to, it's when you play with her emotions, that's when shit goes sideways. or you leave up out of the situation on some weird shit. That's when it goes sideways. That's all you have to do. You have to sit up and tell them, just like you telling your boy, this is what we doing. This is what we're not doing. Are there any questions? Okay, drop the drop. No, I'm playing. I'm playing. I'm playing. I kid. But most women do not want to deal with you on the level of like, they're not trying to do that either. They trying to do exactly what you trying to do. But when you leave room for imagination and for the mind to wander, that's when you start running into problems. Now, not every woman is the same. I'm gonna be honest with you, but that's exactly how you do it. Ain't nothing more player or got more solid than a man that be like, I like you. I'm not trying to have no relationship. I'm trying to get down. I want to get down with you, and this is how we're gonna do it. Are you good with that? And 9 times out of 10, she's gonna be like, yeah, if that's what she wants. But if she don't want it, she gonna be like, oh hell, you got me fucked up. No, I'm sorry. Move along. You ain't that fine, or whatever they gonna say, because you know they gonna clown you. But no, it is what it is. It's when you start lying and doing the weird shit, and then me and y'all do weird stuff. You go and you link with chicks. I got a girlfriend who dude linked with a chick, dropped his wallet, left up out of the damn wherever they was, her house, the room, wherever. I didn't go ask any questions. Went on home. And now this girl that he done linked up with, because he did not bet her out or nothing, she is wreaking freaking havoc on their life. All because he didn't handle the stuff properly. And I'm not telling you any man to cheat or anything. I'm just saying be smart. Be smart. So she brought the damn wallet to the front door. Just imagine how that night went. And then it's not even that. It's the fact that he left his castle unguarded doing dumb shit like that. Because if she's that bold, then guess who she gonna be following home from? She start following the baby mom home from work. She done ran a whole damn thing down on a woman. There are people that are out here that are like that. You can't move like you don't have nothing to lose, especially over no booty. So do better. This dude, he just moved however. He don't care. He don't care if he messing with a chick. It come out aside backwards. He had an event. The brothers could run up on him. The daddy, the ex-husband. He don't care. And if you married to him, guess what? You're going to catch all that heat too. It ain't even about him stepping out. It's about the fact that he does stuff wrong backwards. He messed the type of women that he messed with, and myself not included. But the stuff that he gets himself involved with, he's childish. He's not smart. So moving on from that, but yeah, if this meant the world to you, then why sacrifice it for just whatever? And whatever messed up mentality of, oh, we gonna be sexing, but we ain't gonna tell nobody. No, ain't nobody. No, sir. No. We are in the days of syphilis and all kinds of stuff. No, sir, you can't play them games. You out here eating coochie and then kissing people on their forehead at events. You're doing too much. But that's what y'all, I don't know. But he should have stayed on the plan. I don't know how I got all the way down there, but he should have stayed on the plan. these men are talking about, these leaders are talking about doing the institutions. You have to build a framework. There is no blueprint that was passed on to us. So now you have to figure out how to do it and sustain it. And how are you going to sustain it? There, we don't have any DAFs. We don't have any philanthropy, any philanthropic. What is that? I thought it was one where it's like a bunch of Black people that are higher earners or wealth that would be interested in taking and not even donating, but they would sponsor. I'm trying to think of what it is. I just read something on it, but the biggest thing, they have one thing that I was trying to talk to him about, and that's a PRI. But see, you can't have conversations with people like that. A PRI is basically when a business sponsors what you're developing, and they fund it. So instead of him going to a bank, he would go through a Black business, and he could get 6 of them, and they would keep that school running and moving. And he can't, but he doesn't think he's not business minded. If you know you're trying to get a school open, that's why I said I could open that school in 2 years. I could do it. Because I know enough to sit down and ask people, how do I accomplish this? And then it may not be Black people, but it will damn sure benefit Black people. He doesn't think like that. So the school suffered. He could have got a PRI. I wanted the school to be an exemplary. He could have got a PRI. He could have got these businesses to sponsor the school. He wouldn't have took no money from no white banks, like he was saying. It would come directly through the business sponsoring it. He would have multiple things holding his hand, not having control over it, but holding his hand in case he tripped up, flipped up, and he would have been complete. And then you could pay back as you need to. It's a different payback than going to a bank. You're paying back the business. So it's basically going through a business instead of a bank. You have somebody sponsoring you. And he doesn't think like that. He doesn't think like that. But for anyone else, they're going to find a way. He really want to open that school, because if you really want something, then you're going to get desperate and you're going to start doing things the right way in some period of time. About year 5, year 6, and we're not making any moves. It's time to switch things up. It's time for me to get in here and sit down and talk to somebody so I can figure out how to do this. Because me leaning to my own understanding, it ain't working. And I know there's a way for this to get done. It's a man that sit up there and bought a school. He's living in it. It's his house. And it's about the size of FDMG. He lives there, I think, with his son.
He destroyed. Do you know that this Negro went to Liberia on the request of the United States government to destroy Marcus Garvey's Liberian community for people who wanted to repatriate? The president of Liberia invited Garvey to come there and build a community for Africans who want to go home. And Du Bois went over there working for the government, an agent, and destroyed the whole situation.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Jealousy. And then after Marcus,
he was just passionate in the way he felt. You had 2 people with a white power structure that was encouraging it. And they couldn't get out of their own, both of them. That's the only thing I would say. They should have blocked all that shit out and worked together It's the same way as I'm saying that the power structure right now is encouraging him and Tyreek. That would be the same situation. They can't get out of their own way in order to do what's right for us. So if you can't, if you say you love your people, none of them can. None of them can form a brain trust or some type of consortium, a panel, so that they can sit and talk and figure out what is the best course of action. All of them, from Keys to him to other one, Rizza, all of them that are claiming leadership over this one subgroup within blacks. Why can't you guys all work together? Because you're all, except for this idiot, you're all intelligent. And then bring in Anderson and Farrakhan and all. Those are the elders that you should be going to ask, especially Anderson. Clyde Anderson is getting up in age, and I don't want to wish nobody off, or say he's off, but we don't have too much more time with these people. And then you got people like him that are taking up the space, and he don't know shit about economics. He causes division. All of the things that he does, it causes division. It does not encourage black people to come together. He talks bad about the subgroups, and they don't want to deal with them, and they don't want to work with them.
Garvey dies, he writes a letter to Amy Jakes Garvey and says, "I'm sorry for the role I played."
He didn't even say when they took I forget what the word is for Garvey, when they did I think it's called a from office, basically lifted the charges off of him. They didn't even reach out or say anything to Cleaver. They didn't say anything to, I think, what was it, Yvette Davis or somebody that worked on it. All of those people that worked on that, they said nothing. And they worked on that for years. Even his family members. They never said anything to him. Like, thank you for, lifting that off of him. So now he's clear, he's got an honorable pardon from, the president. They never said anything about it.
In destroying your husband and his movement. A little too late as far as I'm concerned. You went out your way because of jealousy. The boy knew Garvey was right. Who was the boy's teacher? Alexander Crummell, one of the grandfathers of Pan-Africanism, who started the American Negro Camp. He taught the boy Pan-Africanism. The boy was a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah.
Some people say the father, I don't know what the hell they've been reading. He ain't the father, no Pan-Africanism, you're crazy. But he was jealous. When you study Garvey, you study the jealousy of black leaders.
I don't think they were
Marcus
jealous.
Garvey gave black women their first opportunity to lead. Universal African Motor Corps was the female military of the Garvey movement. In fact, do you know Marcus Garvey is the reason white women got the vote in America? Yeah. They went to the government and said, this Negro got black women running their own movement. They got guns, they vote. And here we is that still can't vote as white women. You mean to tell me you're going to let this Negro give the black woman more respect than you give us? That's why white women got the right to vote in the 1920s. Because Garvey was giving black women respect that nobody saw from nobody. True story. Do your research. First black woman to run for vice president of the United States. Shirley Chisholm was the first to run for president. The first to run for vice president was Charlotta Bass. She was a Garvey member.
And Chisholm also was responsible for why we have the Black Caucus.
Garvey even had airplanes. They had a Universal African Motor Corps. When airplanes was invented, the UNIA had their own planes. So Garvey said race pride. He said identify as being black. He said let your God be black, let Africa be the homeland. He said political power. He said military power. He said let your husband and wife look like you. Garvey was the example for everybody. When is Marcus Garvey finally deported? 1927. Nation of Islam, 1930. No coincidence. We got a 15 million member organization and the leader is no longer here. Everybody scrambled in. Elijah Poole was a Garveyite. He used to belong to the UNIA in Detroit and Chicago. He was a uniform officer. It's no secret, it's a fact. Moorish science temples had their biggest heyday in the 1940s. Why? Because Noble Drew Ali was telling Garveyites that Marcus Garvey gave him a right to lead the movement. In fact, it was Garveyites in Philadelphia who wrote to the State Department asking to let Marcus Garvey come back to America because Noble Drew Ali is acting like Marcus Garvey gave him permission to lead his organization. The Black Hebrews come from Garvey. The Rastafari movement, founded by members of the Garvey movement. The early Hebrews.
So I don't know why he feels like with all of these things that he absolutely did and more, and it wasn't only with blacks, why he feels like he is on the level of Garvey. He does, no. No. He has ran around and made himself look busy. He has not completed anything. It's not about, and see, the other thing that's different, why he is not like Garvey, is because Garvey had the ability to delegate. That is why he was so powerful. He didn't try to do everything his damn self. He didn't gatekeep processes. He brought people in. He showed them how to do it. This nigga don't do that. He has no interest in it. He's so wrapped up, even with that building, he's building himself a shrine. He's so wrapped up in what it's going to do for his legacy that he can't complete it. He can't even wait on a compliment. He got to give him his own damn compliment. So he's nowhere near. And Du Bois and Garvey had different opinions on sociology, but it was encouraged. And they had people that were watching, they didn't know which way to go. It wasn't like nowadays where people have seen and been able to take a little bit here, take a little bit there, and be able to make an educated, take an educated stance on either one. They didn't have that. They were waiting for them, and it was a lot of pressure, and they kept baiting them against each other, and they kept falling for it. And Garvey was, let's just say, he was a Leo also. He was on the 17th. So he would probably, a little bit of that was probably a shot to the ego. But he was effective. He was effective. Not him. This dude is not effective.
Nation of Islam first meetings were in Marcus Garvey's Universal Liberty Halls. Yeah. The first meeting to organize the Nation of Islam was at the Garvey House. No slight, but nothing new under the sun. Malcolm X's mother and father, Earl and Louise Little, members of the Garvey movement. Malcolm's father was murdered doing Garvey work. Mm-hmm. Malcolm's brothers said we joined the Nation of Islam because it was the closest thing.
And just one other thing I want to say, between Booker T, Du Bois, and Locke. So if you want to think of it like this, Booker T was economics. He was all about economics. Du Bois was about civil. and then you have Locke that was about the morals. If you bring all of those together, MLK was the beautiful blend. He was the balance. That's why he was so effective. Malcolm X was also like that.
To the Garveyism that our father raised us in. And then Malcolm X, the last year of his life, goes back to that Garveyism, starts the Organization of Afro-American Unity to feed into the African Union. He was trying to finish Garvey's work, but he was assassinated before he could.
And Malcolm X was more on actualization. He was big on that. I think that Malcolm really understands like the paradigm shift where they talk about that. I think that Malcolm really understood that. He really grasped that. See, everyone brought something beautiful to, except this nigga. This nigga don't bring nothing. But they brought something. And the reason why we were not given after the 70s, the reason why we were not given another leader is because we did not need another single leader. We didn't need one. And if he's such a Garveyite, he should have been able to see, what happened in 1970 that would push us into a new era. What was it that we needed? And that we still don't have to this day. We have a similar tool, and that would be with the internet, but we don't have a way of a network. Nowhere. And for all of these places that he traveled, 5 passports, he never encouraged. This is a person that said he's going to be the leader of the diaspora. There's no way that he set up any type of network between all of it. That would show the value in the diaspora. But he didn't do it. Garvey understood that. That's why he was on the star line. He doesn't understand that. Or if he does, he didn't do anything with it. You've been to all of these damn different places and he didn't set up no kind of network. Even if it was an organization, he could have set it up and that is where they all could have networked through. We don't have a network. We have no way to keep each other or to communicate or even to be able to use the network in order to just to build within itself. Yeah, paradigm shift. Yeah, though we don't have any of that, and they don't encourage it. They all want to be one leader. The 70s, we didn't need another leader. The best thing we could do was get a panel together. But we were born into the era of technology. And technology would bring all of these places together. All they needed to do, set up a database and then build from there and set up a consortium. And then we would have been up and running and we would have had all the connections all over the world. The reason why I like, not his way of doing shit, but the reason why I like Pan-Africanism is because it connects everybody so that if one thing happens in one part of the world, you can feel the whole weight of us in that situation. So when George Floyd, you see how George Floyd went all over the world, that was the world crying out that it needed to be able to connect. But nobody paid attention. Nobody set it up. I told him there's a black cell phone, I guess you could call the creator. If you would have talked to them about, and they followed him, if you talk to them and you tell them that we needed like our own social media platform so that we would be able to communicate effectively to one another, because this is too open. It's far too open. But I don't know. You can't have
When
the
Garvey died in 1940,
We did
Pan-Africanism
not need
suffered
another leader.
a long and silent hiding because everybody who came after Garvey took you somewhere other than Africa. I'm Asiatic. I'm indigenous. And so because of that, we didn't get serious Pan-Africanism again until Malcolm. Most people think the Black Panther Party was the most destroyed black organization ever by the FBI, second to the Garvey movement. Once upon a time, you cannot even say you belong to the UNIA ACL. You couldn't get a job. The Garvey movement was so outlawed, so detested by white folk that you had to hide.
Because it was a power.
South Africa, the most organized country. Puerto Rico and Cuba, more Garvey chapters than any nation on earth. That'd blow your mind today, wouldn't it? Puerto Rico?
People were craving it. It was craving. People were craving what Garvey brought to America. They were craving it. They were looking for a way to get organized and to stay organized and start building and start working on infrastructure. And we're still ready to go through another advancement, and who we have here, it can't do it for us. So you have to go outside, and that's where people, they go off and they find other things because it's not feeding it. It's not feeding the people. It's not up to date with the current as it is. And they're not seeing it. All they see is their ego. Are you gonna be FBA? You're gonna do Pan-Africanism, or going to be something else. None of those subgroups matter. You just come. That's how you execute the assignment. All you have to do is just come together. And then you take the assignment and break off into your group. If you're Muslim, if you're Pan-African, however you whatever subgroup, go to your prospective groups and start working on the assignment. It's not trying to pull people over to groups like you trying to jump the Bloods and the Crips. You're trying to get more people jumped in and initiated in one, just to say that one is bigger than the other. And that's what they're on now. It doesn't work for us. All right, you guys, I think I've talked your head off, but I just wanted to go through some of these. I'm going to do probably Tuesday a live where I'm going to start getting into Oyotunji. That's when we'll start talking about the bald-headed dude. I know everybody's been waiting on that. And show you some of these people. I wanted to go backwards a little bit so you can see some of these people that are around him, and then you'll be able to see them also at Oyotunji. So that I could take you further into. I do not believe that he is starting a school. I don't believe that at all. So I feel like a school will be in it, but I don't think it's going to be a school. I don't think that it'll be completed at all, but I'm just saying the efforts. They like him for his fundraising ability, though, but the effort was not, I don't think it was what everybody thought it was. But I told you guys, I was upfront, I was honest about that. I do believe that this man's intention was to get a school. He was just trying to find something to attach himself to in order to start working on the fundraising aspect of it. And I think Oyotunji needed a way to get funding or someone that could do funding. But I don't believe that school is what people think it is. I don't think that the donors, the regular donors, are his donors that he's worried about at all. Paradigm shift. Yeah, Thomas Kahn, paradigm shift. I might do something on it too. But yeah, I don't think that his intention was what people thought it was, even maybe even Oyotunji, because he was trying to spend, when he was at the UNIA, he was trying to spend the building fund off, like, getting the building up to date. But I think it was also to pull in money to get himself a little area where he could teach. This man want to teach, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to teach, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that he needs to be in no school. Matter of fact, I know he doesn't need to be in the school. They just don't know it yet. But I think once we go into Oyotunji, then we can start talking about what happened there with the murder and start just digging around and what it's like there, what the people were saying about the lady. And it not only had one murder, I believe that they had another. So just to give you a highlight, the Oyo Empire is that village is directly tied to the Oyo Empire that is in Nigeria and Africa. Okay, so they do recognize it. It ain't just like some people threw up in the 70s. They just decided to cut out this land and make this fake African village for American blacks to feel like they're African for a day. No, it's actually recognized over there. But some of the things that are going on there might be questionable. I don't know. We're gonna dig into it because there's a lot of stuff that I have questions about, especially when you say that the king was stabbed over a 14-year-old girl. There's some whispers of that, but we're going to dig into it and figure out what it is. I do appreciate everybody watching. It was interesting to say the least. I'm just going through a lot of this old stuff, trying to connect dots with things that I've heard. When you start talking about the conscious community, there are so many different parts of it. Like you have the Hotep, you have the Asar Set Society, you have Muslims you have the Garveyites, you have Pan Africans that are function completely different than this. You got Huru. You have so many different cliques. I don't know if that would be even right to call them cliques, but there's so many different sections of the conscious community. And then you have like what we knew Marianne spoke of, and those are Christians, but they follow. So it's a whole bunch of different people, but they follow, basically they're following him. And so different ones have different beliefs, different ideas about what the school is going to be. There's a lot of stuff that goes on with the Ghanaians that are here. Have been movement with Nigerians that are here. A lot of treaties being signed. I didn't know anything about that until recently. Up in Detroit, there have been treaties that have been signed. There's all kinds of stuff. So I believe honestly that he was attaching himself there. I feel like he worked more for Oyotunji than what he likes to give credit. So he's not more of a one-man band. I feel like they saved him with some things where money is concerned. That's just my opinion, because as I look, that's what it looks like. So who knows? We will dig into it, but you're going to start to see the same people. For him not to have any friends, he said that he didn't have any friends, but He also told a group of people that when he was at Scotland school for veteran kids, he made friends and they have lifelong bonds. So what is that? That's a friend. So you never know with this guy. He just lies so damn much. He lies so much. But I do feel like he's got friends that felt comfortable enough to call him to borrow money. We heard that in the car, if that story was even true. I know that he has the Source of Knowledge bookstore, and they still have a GoFundMe up. They're trying to get to 1 million. That GoFundMe's at like 73,000. I wonder how much that's worth. I don't know. But I do feel like he has people that are willing to help him out and able to help him out if he got in a financial bind, which the Source of Knowledge has been collecting money since 2020. And they're at 72,000. And he's done a lot of work for them. I even have a video of him doing a boot camp there. And then he was looking, this is where I'm going with this, you guys. So y'all, because I'm thinking as I talk. So when he went to New Jersey, shortly after the situation with the school, he came up with this money out of nowhere. And then he started talking on the stage. If you remember, shortly after the Somalian lady was doing, yeah, that, I'm just trying to tell you, in case you want to watch the video, that's for you. But shortly after that, he was talking about buying a building in New Jersey for a school. You just said that your accounts were frozen, which I don't believe that. I believe that he switched accounts because I was there. He is trying to put it off that where they could have been. Either this is my two things. And the reason why I'm saying this is because he got a registered agent for the school. He just got that October the 6th of 2025. So for all of these years, he's been working on this school. He just recently got a registered agent in Delaware. That should have been like the second week of buying that school, or even before he bought that school. You get an RA on deck. You have a CPA, you got an RA or an attorney or something. Why are you switching or obtaining an RA at this late in the game? That doesn't make sense to me. But now they're handling all the business. And I believe that was about privacy, but I think that he tightened up on privacy, but I also think that has a lot to do with why he switched banks. He could have switched banks because I was at the house and he thought I got a hold to his financial paperwork, or just some other reason. Who knows? Who knows? But he never tells the truth. But when he gives you, and this is just like I told Lennon, when he gives you a lot of detailed information, you got to side eye his ass because he's lying. He is lying. But when he's not transparent, he's kind of acting like he don't want to give details. That's when you got to keep an eye on him. He's like a weasel. He's like a weasel. But that's where I'm going with that. Where did you were just broke. And now you go to New Jersey. He's driving out there. He's listening to Monica in a video. He gets out there. He'd be so happy to drive. Lord, I hope he gets a car one of these days. He gets out there to New Jersey. He's talking on stage, mentions me, Medea, the lady that's smiling, like then he starts talking about looking for a school in New Jersey. You just almost lost FDMG, and now you're looking to buy another school. He picked up a bag from somebody, and I'm talking about bag as in money. Then also at this time, certain people were supposed to have been paid, and then he dropped the money down. I could swear that he said he went somewhere with cash, and they were like, "Oh yeah, he came up in here with all that." Like he was like, they didn't never think that a black man would come up in here with that much cash, either that much money or that much cash. If you said cash, well, you already know. If he walked up in something with that much cash, that might have been that might be telling. Who knows? But I'm on the case. I'm just running through and showing you guys what I'm finding. I drop receipts not receipts. I'm just showing you like things from text when it is useful. But basically, I'm just going down and trying to figure out what this weasel's up to. But thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll do another live on Tuesday. If you have an idea for a show or something that you want to watch or look into or whatever, then leave it in the comment section and we can watch it. Or if you find a video that you think is interesting, email it to me. And damn sure if you find the timestamp of them posting that address, send it to me so that I can get working on that, because tomorrow's Monday. I want to get a jump on that first thing in the morning. But thank you guys for watching. Good night.